we're gonna show 'em. I know we're gonna make it. We just played a waiting game. I know that we were born for this. I know that we are stronger. We just gotta believe in something. You just gotta believe in us. I know that we were born for this. I've got to keep fighting. It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the glow up. Strike hard up like lightning. It's time to have some fun. Yeah, it's my life. That's right. And I've got to keep fighting. We're giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. Come on. This is our time and we're gonna show 'em.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. That's what expects just define. I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I thought I told you once, but I'll remind you. There's certain things you're not supposed to do. I saw you in my dreams and you were falling. No way to know if it will all come true. Let this be a war. I want it. Be a warning. It's a cruel fate for love to fall apart. It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it go. Go till I'm ready to let it. I lie low, but in truth, I'm biding my time. Gonna mark what I choose, gonna sharpen my tongue. And I want to be free, but I need you. And I'm not gonna beg, so I tell you. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
I'll challenge you, I'll challenge him, I'll challenge everyone, I am a king. I'll challenge statuses, I'll challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind. What you gonna do when they come for you? You just go hard. What you gonna do when you lose out? You just go hard. What you gonna do when they come for you? You just go hard. What you gonna do when you fall down? You just go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Standing in a crowded room, but it feels so empty. I'm haunted by my thoughts of you, and it's killing me, killing me. I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. And I know it's all my fault. I feel the guilt and the shame. Tried to make a deal with the devil, but he just turned me away. So what can I do to get back to you? I run through the fire and bathe in the brimstone. Visions of your face, it keeps me away. I have no peace, this pain won't leave me alone. No, I'm trying hard to see the light, but the dark knows me by name. I shout your name into the night, 'cause every day I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. I sell my soul just to be with you. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, headlines and captions. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all their reactions. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live. You don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit.
I'm tryna perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me. Try to try, never find. Try to try, never find. What is missing when you've been? Tell me something I can hear. Body screaming. You won't admit that you want me close. I know you need, you know I know. When you're with me, you feel it the most on the low, low, low. You say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, but never find someone who's fine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try and try, never find another me.
I just wanna lay here. Don't know what I'm waiting for. Don't know what I'm aiming for. I've just gotta feel it. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the glow up. Come on, it's time to have some fun. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna break it down. We're giving big love. We're gonna show 'em how it's done. That's right. We're gonna show 'em. I've got to keep fighting. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's my life, I rewrite it. Yeah, I'm gonna show ya. Late night, yeah, my head be spinning around. Yeah, I was once lost, but baby, you got me feeling found. It's time to show 'em how it's done. This is the goal. show how it's done. This is the glow up. Strike hard, I'm like lightning. It's time to have some fun. Yeah, it's my life. That's right. And I've got to keep fighting. We're giving big love. We're gonna show them how it's done. That's right. Come on. This is our time and we're gonna show them.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. cautious, divine. I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I thought I told you once, but I'll remind you. There's certain things you're not supposed to do. I saw you in my dreams and you were falling. No way to know if it will all come true. Let this be a war. I want it, but let this be a warning, 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 a warning, warning, a warning, 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 a warning. But let this be a warning, 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 a warning, 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 a warning. But let this be a time and time again I've seen you around. this be a be a warning. It's a cruel fate for love to fall apart. It's a switch blade drawn across my heart, and I don't wanna think what I'm thinking. And I don't wanna fall, but I'm falling. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Deep, deep, deep in the dark. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it. I lie low, but in truth, I'm biding my time. Gonna mark what I choose, gonna sharpen my tongue. And I want to be free, but I need you. And I'm not gonna beg, so I tell you. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
I'll challenge you, I'll challenge him, I'll challenge everyone, I am a king. I'll challenge statuses, I'll challenge me. Step to my game, you got no time to sleep. I run in the wind, I run in the snow. Outwork them all, best expect me to blow. I've tasted the low, I've tasted the high. Best I ever did was to not give it time, I just stayed on my grind. What you gonna do when they come for you? We just go hard. What you gonna do when you lose out? You just go hard. What you gonna do when they come for you? You just go hard. What you gonna do when you fall down? You just go hard. Go hard. Go hard. slow. Outwork them all, just expect me to blow. I've tasted the lows, I've tasted the highs. Best I ever did was to not give the time. I just stayed on my grind.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦！
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的三杯鸡？啊，现在好想吃哦！
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼！
这真是记忆中的美味啊！
重现记忆中的街边美味，台酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Do it for mama dudes. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view. So she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Lashes define, I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I'll soothe your pain, 'cause you want me to. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give you everything you want. Make you feel I'm so good for you. Love being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. So close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you.
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the PCS Summer Playoffs, of course, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live, and our sponsor, TTL Brand Ramen, with new flavors such as Taiwan Wine Special Dish, Sichuan Spicy Boiled Beef Noodles, which have just launched, and of course, they do have Western and Chinese flavors available. So go to their website, TTL official website, to purchase them for yourself. I will be the host tonight, Vestian, and alongside me, again, he's cherished at Shock.
Cherished. Oh,
he is.
okay. Yeah, we're here for match number 8 of the PCS playoffs. And I think this should be a really interesting one. It is, of course, J-Team taking on the side of Frank. And the reason I think this one is really interesting is because if you look at this team's matchup last split, this is an easy Frank victory, right? And I think you're going into this one potentially favoring J-Team 3-0ing the series. So it's completely reversed, really, from the previous split. And for me, if Frank is going to find some success in this one, I think it has to be through their mid-jungle. I think they have to get those pairings that are going to allow them to snowball the game from there. But let's take a look at the playoffs brackets so far. It was yesterday, DCG falling down to CFO in 1-3. And of course, the winner of today's match will then advance to play them next week.
That's absolutely right, and that will happen on Saturday next week. But of course, next week, to start it off, it is really the big one. It's PSG versus BYG, a very much anticipated game, in my opinion, at least, and I'm looking forward to that. But of course, we do have J-Team versus Frank tonight, and kind of what you touched on was that mid-jungle pairing, and it feels like a lot of the time they didn't realize that it was sort of their biggest success, but now they really have started to opt into that a lot, and they are looking for that. But kind of similar to, honestly, yesterday, where DCG were kind of exploited for Mission's lack of a champion pool to be able to pick. It can be sort of the same here, where you can just look to try and take out that sort of pairing that they do like to go towards. I mean, they do still go for the tank junglers, so I don't know that you need to target that, but it is notably Pretender, who fairly consistently picks like Annie, he picks Nico, he picks LeBlanc. He likes those champions. He does have success on those champions, and the team plays best around them. But we'll see. Team on your screen here, Type A J-Team, and I like to say their leader, Dr. Ivor, on your screen right there. It feels like last split, one of the most exciting top lane matchups to watch was Driver versus Solo Kill. And now this team does have a 1-to-1 head-to-head against Frank. It was notably in their second game against each other. It was a full AP team comp that came out of J-Team and was exploited. Solo Kill's Udyr for his first appearance really took over that game, picked up the MVP. And so I think J-Team really should have realized that, and I don't suspect we'll see another full AP team comp out of them.
Probably not. And I wonder what we do expect to see out of J-Team, because I think Tristana was a big one for them last time, where Minji, all split long, he actually had very good Tristana games, but then in that series up against Beyond, he was pretty lackluster on it. And you'd maybe even say he was a major reason in why they lost the series. So I want to see if the Tristana prior has changed, if they're going to try build around it a little bit better. And I think that will be important up against Frank, because Frank are one of those teams that should be able to exploit it. I think Pretender play a lot of champions that do well into it. Even perhaps the Cassiopeia. He played it in the previous split, and it is an option.
And he's very good at it. So it kind of feels good, I guess, if you're Frank, that the meta for the mid lane has kind of switched a little bit, where there is now more likes of the Taliyah coming out, and Pretender was a very formidable Taliyah player. Cassiopeia can be an option into certain champions, I guess notably the Sylas, as well as that Tristana is something that can come out to give himself a bit more threat there in the mid lane. But it does feel like so far it should more or less just be the Annie. And I never noticed this before, but Eminem has his ID tattooed on him.
I never noticed that either.
Yeah.
Is it new, or did we just never notice?
I think maybe we never noticed.
Interesting. Well, another thing that might be a factor is obviously everyone's been picking blue side, because it does seem like the stronger side. You get a lot more flexibility in your bans as well as your first pick. But I think J-Team are one of the, actually I'd say both teams even, are better red side teams, just because they tend to make really good use out of that red side last pick. So we'll have to see how that develops over the series. And these two mid laners on your screen, I think when they've been on, both of them have been very big factors in their team's success. But I think also both of them have had moments where they've really fallen to the wayside and the team has crumbled around them.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think notably Pretender, when he's quiet, seems very, very quiet. I think Minji still has impact even when he's quiet, but I mean, at least in the series last week, did oftentimes actually make plays that favored the side of BYG. And now, obviously, BYG, when you do make a mistake, are very good at capitalizing, and one of the better teams in the league, of course, at doing so. You do feel like there's a little bit more leeway for Minji here to make a little bit of a mistake and still be okay in the game up against Frank, because it doesn't feel like currently they're that great at punishing. But yeah, I think this is an exciting matchup to see, because Minji does tend to be a staple of carry champions in the mid lane at the moment, and if Pretender does opt for something like that Annie, something like the Ahri, or even the Nico, then maybe Minji's going to be able to get to the stage of the game where he can take over. Of course, his Azir looks pretty ferocious. We do head now into game number 1's pick bans. It is Kai'Sa and LeBlanc banned away from J-Team, not wanting to give over that Kai'Sa again. Finally, in the playoffs, we have seen them ban the Kai'Sa.
About time. Seems they do not want to prioritize that. On the other side, something a little interesting, the Milio banned away in the first 3. And I feel like J-Team, one of the only teams you might consider that against.
Yeah.
And now Nico and the Jace ban comes out. So Annie remains as a very high priority pick. And Azir is one that I don't believe is shared between these two mares. I know Minji plays it. I can't recall Pretender having played it. Or if he did, I don't think he found much success with it.
Yep.
And it is just the lock-in.
Makes a whole lot of sense. Now, what does Pretender answer into this? Because the Annie obviously still open, but doesn't do too great into the Azir. And obviously, a lot of Annie lanes do go like that. But there is the Talia, which has been an answer to the Azir that we've seen. And again, Pretender very, very strong on it. But for now, Kenny Chan picking up that Poppy. It could just be obviously going into that jungle. Might go on to Kenny Chan. But still an option for top lane, of course. And Xayah will be the lock-in. Something Eminem's found a lot of success on over the course of this year.
I think both of those do make a lot of sense. Poppy, a denial, of course, from Azir Poppy, which is a very strong combo. Coming back to the Annie versus Azir, I don't think that's too bad. I don't think you can really ever kill the Azir, but it does force Azir into taking stuff like the Merc Trez, the Unflinching, maybe even the Second Wind, just forcing things out of them that he might not want to take. And Sedge could be the lock-in here as well, gives that beefy front line, does increase the Merc's value, of course, for the side of Frank. And do you think they just go for a Renekton or something alongside it?
Yeah, I don't see a real reason why not to. Maybe you're worried that this Poppy could be a top laner and then your Renekton won't find as much value. Jax as well. I mean, I think Jax will be a little bit better against the Poppy because assuming all things even, the Jax most likely will find advantages in the side lane once those items start to come through. As well as it's very difficult for Poppy to itemize armor.
Yeah.
Just because a lot of the time she will be taking a lot of damage from this Azir. And as things stand, I do hope we do see a Liandry's come through for Minji. I think
we should.
The crown oftentimes feels very, very meaningless. And you do just lose out on a lot of damage. So solo kill now. Seeing that Jax picks up his counter pick. Now, notably, solo kill has been the best Jax into Gragas player. But Driver has also been the best at playing the Gragas into the Jax. And so now we're going to see pretty much the roles switched. And then we'll see if Driver is able to do as well as solo kill does in this matchup. And we'll see if solo kill is able to punish the Jax as much as Driver does, which is an interesting dynamic. You feel like if you have sort of that experience on how to lane as the Gragas against the Jax, you should know what to look out for as a mistake as the Jax going into this game.
For sure. I think they both should be very comfortable with the matchup and how it wants to play out. Zeri, a ban coming through here from Frank, just taking away some of those other top tier AD carries. And Rakan, of course, the answer with that Xayah picked up. And I wonder now if we will see a ban at all towards Pretender's champ pool. Still the Annie available. There are lots of choices though. He has the Annie, the Ahri, the Talia you mentioned before. So maybe the bans don't go as far as you'd like. And a Zyra ban comes out.
Yeah.
So we saw a Zyra yesterday.
Yeah, and I did some research after the series, and it turns out Kyria has been playing the tank Zyra. So that is where that probably spawned from. That, I don't know what to call it, but it did produce a 60-minute long absolute thriller. So
it did. Xerath ban. Okay, so Xerath has been getting some play into Azir, and I think you can, Xerath's weakness is getting ganked, and I feel like Sedge doesn't pressure that in the same way something like a Maokai would. So I kind of like the takeaway.
Yeah. No, notably, if we're looking for that, then you should be aware of the likes of the Corki, which has found success into the Azir. The Talia, again, another champion that's found success into the Azir. Obviously, Xerath's a bit of a different case to those sort of champions because just outranges Azir the entire game, and so it makes laning and even team fighting a lot harder for Minji. So taking away makes a whole lot of sense. Alistair the lock-in. looking for a bot lane here for the side of J Team. Ash the current hover will be locked in. That's more engaged, and you get the Freljord combination here. We have Sejuani, Ash, and Braum.
Yeah.
And that is a lot of CC that can come through, but I think it's a pretty low damaging composition, all things considered.
Yeah.
As long as Minji goes Leandri's, though, that should be somewhat fixed, but Merc Treads stocks are very up here in this game.
They are. I really like the Corki last pick because I think when you are seeing the Braum, of course, it can be annoying to engage into, but if you can play range into it, or if you can play something that is normally countered by being engaged on, then I think it's really easy. You know, like Talia as well, another good option. It can be difficult, I think, to play Talia into the likes of Rel, even though it's a decent answer. Braum is going to be so much easier. Doesn't have any threat onto the Talia at all, so I'm expecting a big performance from Pretender here, and he's been one of the better Talias in the PCS.
Absolutely. I was kind of hoping for the Corki there. I was hoping Pretender was up to snuffs and got him an ace machine, but he didn't. He is just going to be on this Talia. Now, what runes do you think he takes? We've seen the Aerie, we've seen the First Strike.
I would expect First Strike or Spellbook. He might take Spellbook so that he can swap to Cleanse. It can be pretty useful this game because even with Mercs, there is just a lot of CC that can come through. And there's also a lot of sums that are quite useful on Talia in teamfights. The Ghost especially being one that if you can swap to it feels really, really good.
Yeah, kiting around with that. A lot of move speed makes it really, really nice. Kind of akin to Cassiopeia in many ways, where you like to just be playing on the fringe of the fights at the max range of your abilities and putting out constant DPS. Talia, another sort of good mid lane champion at putting out solid DPS in team fights, akin to, again, Cassiopeia, Azir, and the likes of.
For sure. All things said and done, though, for that draft phase, I think both teams are fairly evenly matched. I think we've got a pretty good game on our hands, some interesting comps for sure, but I think both teams do have elements of what they have found success on and what works for them all throughout the split. So I'm expecting this one to be pretty close. And I am glad that, I'm not sure if Frank have realized that this is their strength or not, but either way, they have ended up with it. So I expect they actually can compete with J-Team here.
Absolutely. And I'm excited to once again see Pretender on the Talia because last split, if someone missed it, if any of you in chat missed it, Pretender had some 3-man shoves and 4-man shoves in team fights on this Talia. And it was kind of absurd, and it's really one of the picks that carried them on through to that finals. And obviously now, both of these teams on their last lives, whatever team here loses today will be eliminated from contention of furthering their progress through the playoffs, and of course, will not make it to Worlds. For the other team, a win here secures their spot up against CFO next week. And so, taking a look at runes, it was Phase Rush here for the Talia.
Yeah.
And I guess not so bad. You do get a bit of survivability out of that. You don't get the cleanse, which could be something notable to mention, because as you pointed out, you will get the mercs in this game, but if an Ashe ult hits you from somewhere and then is able to be followed up from, it's really not going to be enough. And so not having the cleanse might harm him later on in this game.
Potentially. We'll see. I kind of do like the Phase Rush. We've also got a Phase Rush Alistair, which I think you see some of the time. Not all the time, though.
It is fairly rare, but I kind of like it in many ways this game because it feels like you're not really going to be able to find engages onto the Ashe or the Azir very often. And so the Glacial might lose a little bit of importance. The Aftershock, you could make an argument for, but with Phase Rush, it means you are able to maybe run and find that stun on the Ashe later on in the fight, or maybe even Azir if he is caught out. Makes you all that much more sort of mobile as the Alistair.
I want to see, you mentioned it before, but I want to see how that top lane matchup plays out, because Solo Kill found the most success on the Jack side of this matchup by looking for a proxy after you crash those first 2 or 3 waves, and I think that both sides should be very aware of that, and I wonder if there's going to be a mind game there of maybe the wave won't even be crashed completely. Maybe the Gragas can just hold it and be willing to trade some HP to make sure no proxy can come out.
So what I was thinking is, I think in general for the top lane, you don't really want to hard push the first 2 waves because it means you can't get a cheater recall.
Yeah.
But maybe in this matchup you do, because when you're level 1 and 2, if you're able to fast push it, Gragas can't really hold it at his tower, so that allows you to then go over and look for the proxy. So I think that is what Solo Kill did. Instead of what you usually see is you try and get a slow push, so at the 3rd wave when there's a cannon wave, you look for a recall because that's when you lose the least amount of minions for finding that cheater recall. But maybe in this matchup specifically, you really do just want to get that wave pushed in as quick as possible, get a proxy wave off, and then look for the recall.
Could be. Now, Ward's in their bot side jungle there for Frank, so they are most likely knowing that Lava is starting on that top side. Of course, it is solo starts for both the junglers. And we will see where they end up going off it. We've seen some pretty crazy parts from Poppies in general. Lots of aggression that can come out. And it should be the priority in bot lane afforded to the side of J-Team, at least for now.
Yeah. Pinata Alistair, as I like to say. It doesn't offer all that much here, level 1. And junglers will be headed to opposite sides of the rift, so that means that it is a lot harder for Drive to ever want to look for a proxy, because Kenny Chan will be up on that side. And I think that's something notable to mention, is that when Solo Kill did it, it was the junglers pathing downwards.
Yeah, I wonder if that actually, if that was factored into Kenny Chan's path, because you have to know that Solo Kill's aware of it.
Yeah.
They will spot out Lava here on this ward. But I don't think anything can really be done about it, as the junglers are on opposite sides of the map. Big wave onto bot lane, but no one around to capitalize on it. Eminem, he's going to want to make sure he gets most of these, otherwise we'll be pretty behind.
Yeah, Bruce and Enzo doing a good job for themselves. Missed 3 minions, but I think that is just the nature of trading in bot lane, oftentimes can happen. Champions like the Caitlyn and Ashe oftentimes do find it okay to give up CS just to find those favorable trades using their extended range. Now this wave, is it going to crash? It looks like it will. Driver should be able to get it to crash here with this Counter-Strike.
Oh, nice by Solo Kill if he can hold it here. Kenny Chan will be able to come up soon, so the longer that he can keep this here, the more pressure that Driver will feel. Now Solo Kill has fallen fairly behind in CS. Will be able to catch up though.
Yeah. Kind of looking for a return on investment. He's given up a couple CS here, but now the wave is exactly where he'd want it to be. But it's going to be slow pushing now out towards Driver. So Driver should feel pretty good about that. And will maintain himself a slight minion lead.
I feel like all things considered, both sides are happy with that. One thing that I find interesting about the Jax versus Gragas is while Gragas has the potential to build a pretty big lead in the early game, he doesn't really have to, because Gragas does very well into Jax in the team fights as well.
Yeah.
It's just we have seen the likes of Driver absolutely body the Jaxes as the Gragas. What is swept out here by Kenny Chan. I think we're not expecting too much to happen in the early game. There's just a lot of safety in each of the lanes. Maybe we'll be looking towards that first Herald as a point of contention. It's wave. You go.
Do you think there's ever a world where Solo Kill goes for the Liandry's build here? Because I think it doesn't do too poorly, but maybe it's a bit scary to not have Everfrost against Jax.
Yeah, I think no Everfrost, no Phase Rush might be too greedy. We'll see.
It does feel like, other than the Jax, it feels like a very good game for Liandry's, because it's very hard for Gragas to get access to Azir and Ashe without Flash. I mean, with Flash, you should pretty consistently be able to find it.
Yeah. Wonder what build we'll see from Pretender as well. Talia has a lot of different builds that she can go. Sometimes you see the Shadow Flame, the Cosmic, or, of course, tier builds, pretty common as well. And plenty of different viable mythics on the champ.
It's kind of refreshing today. We can wonder what the AP control mages will build.
Very true. Driver getting aggressive.
There's Lava up there, but down bot side, Bruce very low. He's going to get flashed on. Kaiwing with that phase rush. Nimbus Cloak, but it's not going to be enough. The health potion ticks away and keeps Bruce alive, but Kenny Chan's in the area.
Uh-oh.
This is going to be first blood picked up, almost certainly. And there it is. Kenny Chan, we see it very, very often. Poppy picking up those first bloods. It happens again here in this game. Bruce going down. Importantly, though, it was the Poppy who picked it up, so at least it wasn't the Xayah.
Yeah, look at that wave, though. That's a monstrous wave to be losing here as Bruce, especially with losing both Sums on top of that as well. Take a replay of the trade that got this started out, and something so important when you're playing Ashe is to just be really good at the spacing. If you get caught by something like this, you're going to take so much damage on the way out. The exhaust comes through, and Bruce, he tries to trade back and realizes, I think, too late that this is not a winning fight. Did manage to get out with a sliver of health, but Kenny Chan, his Poppy's on the way, and Kenny Chan's been an absolute beast on the Poppy. I don't think he's had a bad game on it. And here, manages to keep the flash as well. Very important. Just comes in, snipes the kill, walks on out.
He hasn't lost on Poppy, I believe. Looking very good on that champ. Now, importantly, it's not the end of the day, end of the game there for J-Team, because ultimately Ashe isn't the one that's looking to carry the damage. It is the Azir who is likely to pick up a kill for himself here, and in fact does. Kaiwing looking for that roam timing, but it is going to get caught out, and it's Minji who picks up a kill for himself. A very nice start. Now, he is going to go Crown, which I'm kind of sad about, but keep himself a little bit safer for the loss of quite a lot of damage.
Yeah. I don't think the Crown is necessary, but we have seen it time and time again. Conforming, as you say. Pretender's going for the straight Leandries, though, and maybe they want to fight here. The wall, it will not cut them off, but does secure this blue buff. That's a lot of cooldowns that have been used by both sides here. So I don't think the tempo is available to start up this Dragon. Might just see resets and then take a look at that Herald fight. Interesting that Pretender's not going for the tier, because you do... I think most of the time you're going Leandries, you are going it with tier, going for Seraph second. So we'll see what he ends up building. I mean, Cosmic, of course, very viable, and can go Shadow Flame, but doesn't synergize that well with the Leandry. Wood comes in there from Enso, but no one's high enough HP to start that up. Resets from both mids.
Driver's at a very significant CS lead.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, a bit concerning, because it does feel like you've picked this Gragas to have a favorable matchup and shouldn't really be going down in minions. We didn't really see the impact that Larva had on top. He did obviously show his head there, but it didn't look like any gank happened.
I think it's still fine. Maybe you would prefer if your Gragas were ahead, but again, you don't need Gragas to necessarily win the matchup to be valuable in Larva. Might get aggressive here. Pretender does have first move if he wants to come.
Larva doing a fairly significant amount of damage. Also gets phase rush there out of Kenny Chan, so...
Pretender's walking.
It is important. Pretender is headed that way. There is no response yet from these top laners, and nothing becomes of it. Larva just going to relinquish his aggression. Red does go over there to Kenny Chan. But it's Herald now started by Larva, and Minji this time does have first move as the game is paused. I mean...
Unfortunately, yeah. But there is mid and top priority currently for J teams. They feel comfortable starting this up. We'll have to see what ends up happening bot lane, because it looks like Kaiwing is in the river, so he's perhaps on his way to the Herald, or could just be warding. But they should know that Larva has no chance to be bot, so I wonder if Kaiwing will just run all the way up here.
Maybe. Now, Shock.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just having memory loss, but I'm pretty sure those items on Pretender do not build into Ludens. This guy hasn't been learning.
No, I think his build is very good. Another thing that might factor into this Herald fight is there is an Ashe ult.
Ooh,
and
true.
I'm pretty sure there are no Merc Treads, and there will be no cleanse for the 4-man that is there.
It's like a 3.5 second stun.
Yeah, it's pretty long. And I feel like it's relatively easy to hit around here as well. Kenny Chan, they're aware of it. Kaiwing's coming up. In fact, Bruce is on the way as well. So this should be a 5v4. And Frank, I think, should give this one up and probably try to trade back on the bot side. They've already dealt damage to Bruce before, so if they can put him further behind. Bruce was forced to ghost there in the river.
Yeah, Bruce is... Yeah, I guess he had to, right? Because Kaiwing, the way he's pathing back to lane... Bruce does get out, doesn't take any damage, so he is going to be okay. And importantly, they don't lose anything. They are going to look to trade this Dragon back now, though, are Frank. Larva, though, is here. If they do choose to fight, it doesn't feel like the greatest fight. Enso and Bruce, though, are looking to attend. Dragon's very low. Larva, is he going to go over the wall? He does, and he yoinks it. That's both early objectives now to the
Minji,
side
no
of JT. Minji, no flash, but a very nice Emperor's Divide keeps him nice and safe as Enso uses that Glacial Fissure. Will find a stunned up Kenny Chan. That's another kill going over to Minji as Kaiwing's going to have to pop that ult and flash on over the wall to get himself to safety. Azir picking up his second kill of the game feels very, very nice.
What a win there for J-Team. They managed to steal away that Dragon. Of course, they got the Herald as well. And another kill onto you, Azir, who's going to scale so very well into this game. And I think we should get a replay of that, but it was a very split fight, and I think that's what cost Frank ultimately. It wasn't easy for their carries to DPS. We'll take a look. Larva, he sees it just in time, and Pretender had gone back to mid. I think maybe if he just DPS'd this, would have been able to get out. Turns up late, but he's able to stun Minji, doesn't have flash. Emperor's Divide keeps him safe, though, and it's really hard to DPS. You can see Pretender and Eminem can't really find a way in, and it's just Kenny Chan tanking the 3 members there. So honestly, just better team fight and objective control really rewards J-Team. Now, top lane, it looks like maybe it's starting to go back the way of solo kill. Driver doesn't have his TP just yet, so could be forced to base eventually. Still has some cookies.
Yeah, very valuable rune, that one.
Don't tell lies.
Cull, oh, this feels horrible. I hate when I'm an AD carry. And like, it feels like you're overextending, but your Cull has just 4 minions left until you cash it in.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the worst feelings.
You do get that on the big jobs. There's a Leandris now for Pretender, so he's had a spike. Crown, of course, comes through for Minji as well. Now, I will say it's not the easiest game for Crown to get procced. So in that sense, there is some value to it. I don't really think you need it, though. There just really isn't a whole lot of threat, and Pretender forced to flash. Oh, dodges out there as well. So really nice. They managed to get the flash without having to invest anything from Minji, not even losing health on the way out. So a very nice pickup. And that immobile Talia will be vulnerable in another dragon fight. Only 3 minutes away. Could even be looked at again here. Enso is around. Looks like for now, though, we'll just be back to farming. And I think while J-Team have picked up a lead here, I still think it's, of course, very winnable for Frank. They scale fine into this game, too. I don't think the scaling is clear to either team. Ooh, and maybe 2 plates picked up here for solo kill. And the isolated 1v1, that's the lead you're after.
Certainly is. That feels very, very good for the Gragas, of course.
Minji?
Now, Minji playing with fire a little bit to pick up those plates is going to have to recall. It doesn't have teleport.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was worth it. Because now he does have to recall. We'll end up losing the wave unless Lalva tanks it the whole time.
Oh,
no shot.
Yeah, okay.
He's a greedy boy.
He's taking it. I think you have to.
Yeah, it would be too long to wait. But I'd make him wait.
True. Got to gobble up all the minions.
Now, Frank, once again, have control over this bot side river. Making a play around the bot side feels pretty tough, though. Bruce has got all those sums up, so very hard to send 4 members down there. And Pretender needs to be really careful on mid-waves. Of course, no cleanse, no flash. Means that Sejol, Ashol, or even the Azero, there's so many tools that can pick him, and this might be it.
Lava finds that stun, and Enso's following through. Winter's Bite will land the stun, and Minji's on for a third.
Very difficult to survive here as a Talia. I think very greedy, though, not to have rushed out the Merc Treads. He's going for it now, but I think something very important in League is that if you are planning on picking up any sort of defensive item, that you get it before you need it. Because obviously, once so many kills come through, it almost doesn't matter if you have the correct response to it. So now 3 kills on Minji with a 1k gold lead for himself. And we've seen what Minji's Azir can do.
Yeah. He's had some very phenomenal performances on this champ, and while it is still early days of this game and the series, of course, you do start to question why nothing like this came out against Beyond and why they're so stubborn in their ways. It looks like over the past week they've gone over it and realized, hey, we could just pick that old Azir champion again and have an absolute glorious time for ourselves. And so far, it's looking pretty strong. Plates are even across the board, but it is Solo Kill who picked up 2 by himself. Obviously, the mid lane ones were shared there between Minji and Lalva.
Admittedly, Pretender is keeping up in CS, so he's not going to be too weak here, but if you look at Minji's items, he's got a lot of damage ahead of this second dragon. That's really important because a lot of time as Azir, you're perhaps expecting to lose at least 1 early objective, but so far, J-Team have got all of them. And now it's Frank with their eyes on this drag. Solo Kill has come down without TPs, so J-Team, they could just let Driver head away at that top tower and just try and waste a bit of Frank's time, which it looks like is what they're going to do. They still see Solo Kill mid, so while they will pick up the drag, it does come at a cost.
Yeah, they're looking for a fight. They land the stun there up onto Kaiwing, not the target you want, being that Alistair. And the Weaver's Wall means that no follow-up can be found. But notably, Driver should have found a lot of damage on this top tower.
Yeah.
In fact, he's just got it. This is going to be first tower, so I think that's a big win if you're J-Team. You don't really expect to be picking up that dragon in any way possible.
Yeah.
I think even if it's a 4v4, you're not even feeling that confident. Although the Azir is strong, I think first tower is a bit of a heist.
For sure. I mean, it feels like it undoes all of Solo Kill's work, getting those 2 plates on the top side. And now, with that priority to starting this up, Pretender base and is TPing mid, so they want this fight. J-Team, okay, they're going to TP in Minji. That's a risky spot to TP. I think he does get away with it.
Has Crown as well. And now they're just looking. Kenny Chang getting stunned up. Might have to use that Keeper's Verdict. He might not even have it. He doesn't. But it's going to be Enso who's stunned up now. Doesn't have access to that Braum Wall. And Solo Kill with a 3-man explosive cast. Flashes out, but it's Driver who flashes forward. Gets 1 for himself, and a 2-man Counter-Strike confirms that Minji will again be picking up kills. but it's Eminem finding so much damage, but it is not enough as Minji limps away. Leandri's was ticking, but the damage will not be found, and it's a huge team fight win there for the side of J-Team.
It's so close for Frank. The health bars there so low to just picking up all those shutdowns, and Pretender did almost 4,000 damage in this fight, so really put in the work. And you can see with 4 people stacked up here, a lot of AoE that can come through, but Kenny Chan, the front line, taken out so fast, and the Kaiwing engage flashed away by Bruce, and now it's really easy for J-Team just to punish. And while this fight, the health bars look close at the end, you can see Minji here was full HP. He had nothing to fear, flashes forward, and this is when Eminem flashes over the wall,
this was really...
rips them back, but he just lives. He's so low. If they had any more damage, they would have walked away with potentially 4 more kills, and that's a tilter.
It is. That was so, so close, and Eminem almost came up so heroic with that flash. Even just one more longsword in his build, he would have had that.
That's insane how close that fight was.
But importantly, it was close, but it was a wipe almost for J-Team, and now they pick up all the gold while Frank get absolutely nothing, and that means that J-Team are so far in the driver's seat. Oh, they even have Dr. Ivor.
True. Okay, Frank, what can they do here to get back in? Because I think while you're not out of the game completely, it does feel like it's well and truly in J-Team's control. There's no Dragon win condition really to threaten, and I think you need 2 items on this Talia and Xayah to start fighting, but the Zia will have 2 items even before that point. So it feels like at this point, you maybe need to just try make some picks. I think a straight up 5v5 would not be favorable to them. The Nash is now completed for Minji. That's going to be so much damage coming through.
Yeah, that's a huge spike again for this Azir, and after being the person who claims 2 kills in their last fight, it feels very, very good. Bruce actually went static Shiv, so this is a build we haven't seen. Usually we do see Kraken into Triforce.
Yeah.
But I guess this just means that you can somewhat match the wave clear of the Xayah. And honestly, as the Ashe, that kind of feels like now that's just your duty. Because, again, you're not really looking at the Ashe to be the huge DPS threat this game. Especially because there is a 5 and 0 Azir on your side. So just numbing down the impact that Xayah can find almost should feel like it's just enough.
I think so. Having that mid priority as well makes it so much easier for the Jax to continue to push the side lane. So I kind of like the shift for that reason as well. A Locket gets picked up here for Kenny Chan. So he's going to have some way of dealing with Minji, but just feels like he is too accelerated already. And so hard to look at him with the crown on top of all that. Dragon, 50 seconds away. I think if you're Frank, you want to try trade some gold for this. I think opting into that 5v5 is not really the way to go. But where can you trade? Because it feels like top lane may be the only place you can attack. Get that top tower. And Kenny Chan, he gets the red. So Eminem will be able to grab that one up, but I'm not sure if Frank can trade at all. It's just so hard, especially with the control that J-Team have over both side waves and mid. They're just pushing all 3 waves. Herald is dropped, so we'll force Frank to respond.
Yep, this tower will be going down. Frank, though, they're positioned... Oh!
I honestly did not know it worked like
me
that.
neither. That's the first time I think I've ever seen that.
That's weird. How is that the first time we've seen that?
But I do think that it's still going to crash. Yeah, it will. They do get the tower here. There's no way to stop that. There's Lalva picking up the gold. Solo Kill forced to use that explosive cast here onto Lalva. But it's Kaiwing. Massive engage. 3-man pulverize, but Minji has gotten out. It is Bruce who goes down, but again, that is not the damage threat. Minji still alive. Featherstorm comes out, will not lock up Minji. Emperor's Divide. There's so many low health bars. It's a 4v3, but Minji remains to be fairly untouched. Pretender and Eminem likewise feel the same as Frank. Do take the 2 for 1 and are headed to this Baron. Solo Kill dead, but does have teleport on respawn. And what do J-Team do? Do they feel like they can contest? It doesn't look like they're wanting to.
Minji they might TP back.
Yeah, Minji does have TP. Enso's positioning here. The TP does come through. Driver also TP available, but this Baron is at half HP. Driver's on a flank. Minji's coming in from the front. Kaiwing's looking to guard. His Driver's gone in. He's flashed in. The Baron is taken and Eminem's out the wall. There are 3 flashes to get out, but it is going to be that Baron picked up here on the 4 members. Was Solo Kill alive? I'm not sure, but 4 members at least with the Baron.
Crazy. Kaiwing, he finds a Absurd engage here. Locks up both the carries stacked on top of each other. And while Minji has that disengage, Bruce does not. Is taken out without doing a single point of damage. But Minji, he saves the fight. It's a perfect place for Azir to DPS. And that makes it somewhat close. But Frank, they walked away with enough members and enough health to start up that Baron. And that helps close that gold lead significantly. Dragon did end up going the way of J-Team. Now, pretty importantly, a Void Staff comes in for Pretender second. Which, it's still a while from him having that really big damage spike on the Rabadons, but he has a way to deal with Sedge, and we'll see how much they can get with this Baron, because they have hit some pretty big spikes. The Navori, of course, coming through for Eminem as well.
I don't think it's going to be too simple, though. There is no teleport on Drive in the bot side, but still, even so, Frank aren't willing to pursue this tower. In fact, they're looking for recalls. They might even get spotted out. Doesn't find the cancel. And yeah, it looks like Frank really just having to go bot and deal with Driver's split push and aren't able to find a tower for themselves yet. Now, there is a minute and a half still on the Baron, so they still can deploy out and perhaps look for that mid tower. I think might be the most important one left for them to try and look for, but we'll see. I mean, it is hard, even with this Baron, because you don't feel strong enough to be able to threaten a dive, and Azir can just sit at the tower and damage you instead of the minion wave.
Yeah. Benji just feels unkillable. I don't think there's any way to deal with him. He just has too much mobility, self-peel, and the crown.
Yeah, and
feels like you need to bring him away from the base.
Yeah, he's almost at Rabadon's too.
Yeah.
Almost, I say. Obviously, he's still a good 5 minutes away from it, but still. That is an item spike that feels like it might be just enough to get J-Team, big enough team fight win to find everything they need.
Yeah. He won't have Void for a while. And Kenny Chan does have a fair amount of MR, but looking for the engage.
Yeah, Kaiwan getting very, very low. Might have to pop that ult, and he has, but he's still taking a lot of damage. Lalva going to be the one that's stunned up there by Kenny Chan. As the ult comes through, it connects onto Eminem, but Solo Kill is guarding that Xayah, so nothing else can come through. But Bruce threading the needle to land it there onto Eminem. And still, nothing really has been found with this Baron. It is 1.5k, but that is mainly just the gold you get from taking that objective.
Yep. Eminem, he didn't even have cleanse up there, so very good that he was far enough away that there was no capitalization that could have come out from J-Team. Feels like next fight will be on another Dragon. Bruce picks up his Triforce, so he's going to start being able to do some damage. It feels like for Bruce, almost, it's just being able to avoid the engage. I think he has the damage necessary, but
yeah,
it's just not easy. I think as an Ashe up against this comp.
Definitely not, because even if you position far away, it can just be an explosive cast. That means you're not able to find damage. You don't really ever feel like really Solo Kill should be able to ult him in, because you should be able to just flash reply, and if you don't have flash on either of them, then it should be fine.
I have a little bit of bad news.
What's that?
There's an alternator now on Pretender, so not going towards the Rabadon's third.
Oh, good. It's probably Horizon Focus.
Oh, it could be. That would be less bad, I think.
I think it will be. I have to feel like
Let's hope so.
You don't see the items coming through here, especially on Lalva, and think, oh, Shadow Flame might be nice.
Yeah. Now, there is some argument for, of course, the percent pen applies first. So, you know, Void shreds it lower, and then the flat magic pen removes some of it, but it still feels just inferior to Rabadon's, I think, at this point. Now, there are both flashes for the Frank carries, which is really important going into the next fight. And I also think that Minji not having the Rabadons is pretty big. If you're J-Team here, I think you still win the fight, but you also don't have to. You have the potential to just trade away a Baron or even just get more gold on the side lane, because it's not like Frank can force a Dragon win condition anytime soon. So you have a lot of options.
You absolutely do. But of course, 1 minute now on the spawn of this Dragon. It would be the third if J-Team would pick it up. For second, even, if Frank were to. And likewise, 1.5 minutes until Baron. And I think at this stage, either team will just shred that objective. I think Talia with Leandri's, and then Eminem, who has got his 2 items, feels like it would be done very fast. And Azir almost will take it down by himself as long as someone's there to tank it within, say, 20-odd seconds. Of course, the addition of his teammates will make it even quicker, but really does look like this Dragon's going to be the focus. There's a lot of vision here controlled by Frank. And I guess that makes a lot of sense. It's easier for them to walk into the river just by nature of sort of how the Talia works, can walk forward like that. And Gragas as well can check bushes with his Q.
Maybe now, though, J-Team's starting to regain control. They have that mid and bot priority, so it's their turn to enter the river. And it will be Frank who have to retake. Baron's not available just yet, so there isn't a trade opportunity available to them. And I think very hard for Kaiwing to find a flank when it is J-Team that have control, so he's not going to be able to find Bruce or Minji in the same way he did last fight. A little bit of chunk there, and maybe looking towards Talia ults, honestly, to make the difference, because we've seen some pretty crazy Talia ults in the PCS.
That's true.
And if you can wall off half this fight while you just finish up the dragon, that feels pretty good.
Driver's dodging an insane amount of barrel rolls. I don't think he's been hit by one yet, as they've just danced constantly, these top laners down here. I thought I had cursed him for a second there, but he still dodges out. And now Frank turning their attentions towards the Baron. Driver's going to just sit here and solo this. Does have teleport available for him, so this should be a trade that favors J-Team. I don't think you really can get this Baron in time, although have to look.
They can get it low and then wall them off.
That is true. Pretender is still going to do that.
It might be too early, is it?
Yeah, this wall should be going down as the Baron is not awfully low, but the explosive cast does come through. And it might just be this Baron going over, but there's going to be a fight afterwards, I think. Kaiwing is going to be constantly slowed up. He's going to have to turn around, look for that peel to try and get his team to safety, and they will. Lalva, though, is in hot pursuit. And it's just going to be this Baron given over. Lalva, he just blast coned his way to victory.
How good is that for Frank, though?
Yeah.
Despite being behind pretty much all game long, they're the ones who've picked up 2 Barons. I still think, though, it might be J-Team who are favored. Ooh, solo kill dodges out of that. Minji just completed his Rabadon, so has a huge spike here. Still doesn't have the Void, and Kenny Chan has got Abyssal.
Dodges out of the shove.
Or maybe Frank are looking.
Lalva finds Kenny Chan. Yeah, they are. And Kaiwing still is not here at this fight, only just respawning now, but Frank's still positioning aggressively. Driver taking that blast cone out will keep himself away from any threat, and Bruce turning around to just deal with this minion wave. Teleport, though, from Pretender immediately on this mid wave. They're going to try and look for this tower, and I think with how many members are around, they should be able to pick this one.
You think so, but Minji is on the way. That's a 7-0 Azir. Not easy to crack this into it. It is falling pretty low. But now that Minji's arrived, I think that'll be the end of it. Perhaps next wave they can take another shot. Has to be careful, though.
Yeah, it looks like this will be going down. Are able to access it. Of course, those minions just too hard to take out. Driver is being looked on. Kenny Chan has a nice angle here as Driver's constantly leap striking to try and find his way out. Really nice job walking forward so it doesn't manage to land that stun against the tower base as Lalva going to commit his ult here onto Kaiwing. And Minji has arrived as well as Enso and Bruce. Ult comes out, it does land, but it only lands onto Pretender and no one can access him. Kaiwing finds a 2-man knock-up and Enso's stuck in the middle. That will confirm that he goes down. Driver jumping forward, but will not be able to find that counter-strike. And Bruce kiting away. Minji flashed on the body slam. Emperor's Divide. And Driver's got an angle. The blast cone, though, seals the fate for the carries here of J-Team as Driver trades one back for himself and will flash away. It's ultimately a 3-for-2, but with Minji down and Baron up, so much can be found here for Frank.
That was an insane team fight, and Frank are the ones that walk away with it. 40 seconds still on the Baron. I think there should be a bot inhib going their way, and they're not going to go for it. So maybe just afraid of the Doctor coming back. Let's take a look at this, though. Feels like this sort of choke fight is pretty good for both sides. You know, Xayah, Talia, very happy with this. Of course, Azir also very happy with this, and you'll see it's looking pretty close, but Kaiwing once again finds a really good engage, forces flashes out of the carries, and then once those are gone, nice disengage from solo kill. Kenny Chan finds the re-engage onto solo kill finds re-engage onto the 2 flashless carries, and a really nice wall that Pretender found here, just able to get again access to both of them, both the Ashe and the Azir. And I think if you're J-Team, you're wondering how are you losing these fights when you have an Azir that's fed, but I honestly think Frank are just playing them so well.
Yep, Frank doing a very, very good job, and QSS now picked up by Eminem means he's even safer in these ongoing team fights. It feels like Eminem outloading a lot of damage alongside Pretender, even more so than this Azir that got so fed, as you touched on.
Yeah.
But, importantly, a minute and a half will be this possible Dragon Soul for J-Team. Now, it is the Kim tank. It isn't very good of a Dragon Soul, honestly. It pairs best if you have a lot of shielding and healing, which, in all honesty, J-Team do not have. And so I guess even if you lose the Dragon, it really doesn't matter all that much, but you certainly don't want to give it over freely.
For sure. Now, it's level 17 on Pretender, up against only 15 on Minji, which is pretty crazy, given the amount of kills he picked up. Pretender, he did go for that Shadow Flame, but is now working on the Rabadons. 50 seconds away. This is the 4th Dragon for J-Team, so Frank will have to be there in time. Yeah, look at that level. Driver's still at the top.
Doctor sure is, and Weaver's Wall comes out, but Minji makes it over in time. Lauva, though, he did not, as he is getting stunned up. He does manage to get that ult off, and he's surviving for a hell of a long time. Arctic Assault over that Dragon Wall to try and get himself to safety. That Q cooldown, though, it's around 10 seconds, so he's not likely to be able to find himself out just because he can't Q all that much, and he does go down. Eminem picking up that one for himself. Topside, though, Driver trying to find himself a tower, gets it down to half HP, and the explosive cast dodged out by Driver, and he's just going to stand in Solo Kill's face, take the tower, and look for the kill. Everfrost comes out. Oh my God, Bruce! If that had have landed, it had to be stopwatched away from. But my God, what an arrow.
That was pretty well done. Dragon, though, is picked up for the side of Frank, so somehow, despite that early lead that J-Team found and all the gold going in the right places, the game is relatively even at this point, and you might even favor Frank in the team fight now. Xayah has ended up so strong, and I think Eminem for sure out DPS's Bruce. Still no Rabadons for Pretender. He is close, though. And Minji, he's actually not even working towards the Void. I think he's going towards a Zhonya's next. He has the Codex and the Stopwatch, but no Void up against a Poppy with that much MR. Does feel strange.
And no Leandries.
No. Smoj. Okay, Baron, 15 seconds away. Both teams have so much damage at this point. It will not last very long. But who gets in there first? Driver is pushing on bot and has the hull breaker. And Solo Kill, he's looking to make some sort of play happen now. He has a very wide flank. So does Kaiwing.
Oh, the wall comes out. Minji's trying to get himself out. He does keep himself alive. But Bruce, his fate is sealed and he's been taken out. And now all of these heads turns towards the Baron. Driver, though, is making good work down bottom. He's already going to be reaching this inhibitor tower. And if J-Team can delay some recalls, Solo Kill, though, likely to get his off. But we saw before, Driver can just stand in his face and take the tower. That is the Inhib tower down. Inhib now being looked at as Lauva, Enso, and all of the rest of the team here are around this Baron. Lauva going over the wall with that empowered blast cone, but should have also sealed his fate as all these members of Frank are looking for him. There's a recall coming through, but it is going to be a lockup here. There's so much TC. Lauva committing his flash pretty inexplicably. Does end up being taken out there by Eminem. Driver, though, did pick himself up and Inhib down on the bot side and is continuing to remain a threat in those side lanes.
For sure. Now Rabadons comes through for Pretender, and I think that bot Inhib being down, it's not the end of the world for Frank, because the next objective, the Dragon, of course, will be on that side. But that does mean they need to make sure that that lane has members in it, and in the meantime, Driver can just pretty much rage split down top.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be that easy for Frank to deal with. They'll probably have to reset Solo Kill at some point.
No one can.
Just to hold that tower. Yeah, I think he can hold it. Like, he can't be dived. But it's only by clearing the waves, right?
The hull breaker makes it very hard.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like Driver gets a little bit of chip damage every wave.
Yeah.
So while Frank, I think, unquestionably win team fights right now, J-Team don't have to opt into team fights if they don't want to.
I think the only person on the side of Frank that can reliably clear the wave because of the Hullbreaker and how it works with the super minions is actually Eminem. And of course, you don't want him in the side lane. I think Gragas is really going to struggle to take out super minions. But there's also, you've got to be worried, of course, as you said, someone has to constantly be bot because there is 2 teleports, both of which do a lot of damage to towers. As a fight may be breaking out, Kaiwing getting very low, does have to pop that ult, but the Glacial Fissure means you cannot follow through. It's a perfect choke for that ultimate ability. And now panning up to top side, it is Driver making headway into this tower despite going up against these Baron minions. There is a minute left on them, and so it makes it very hard for Driver to keep pushing as deploys back to top side here for the squad of Frank. Now, as I was saying, if Minji and Driver find a way to just hold their teleports, eventually there might be an angle where they can just teleport bot and end.
Could be, yeah. It's going to be difficult for Frank to deal with that, especially once this Baron is gone. A minute 25 on Dragon's Soul. And that still remains the threat that J-Team have at any time. Even if they're able to just steal the Dragon away, they will pick that one up. Eyes on Minji here as he does path back to mid.
Lots of pings on this top side. I think they are looking for this top lane inner.
They're putting members in Driver's lane to make sure he can't push out, but someone has to deal with the in-hit, which is what's making this difficult. Looks like they are going to be able to grab this tier 2, but a fairly lackluster Baron, I think you'd have to say. The gold isn't too relevant at this point in the game, and being unable to crack the base, I think, not what Frank were after, but it's decent enough, and there's a stopwatch now for Pretender ahead of this next fight, which is going to make him really, really hard to take out, and now that he's got his Rabadons, alongside that Void, he's going to be putting out some absurd damage on the Talia.
Yep, and J-Team, of course, Minji did use his teleport here to the mid side, so the possibility of the teleport bottom end is hurt a bit. Of course, Driver still possibly can look for that as the Dragon's Soul spawning in 20 seconds, and he is pushing out top side, although now he is recalling, so possibly looking to teleport back and join his team for this objective. I honestly feel like you can just give it over and keep working on the top side, because it feels like out of all of the strategies, the one that's worked the best is just maintaining solo kill in a, Driver in a side lane. As it looks like that's what's happening now, is solo kill committed his teleport to that mid lane inner tower, but it's Driver who is pushing down this bot lane. There's going to have to be a response, and while that happens, maybe J-Team can look. Nice Zhonya's from Minji, keeps him alive. He does have Emperor's Divide available for himself, and will hit away Kaiwing and Kenny-chan. Eminem, though, is finding a lot of damage. He's picked up 1 kill. Enso going down, goes forward. Featherstorm, he's stunned up there as Bruce finds the damage. It's a shutdown. He's going to be taken out likely here by Pretender. It is going to be a team fight win there. Only Eminem going down, but Driver remains alive. He remains in the base of J-Team. And Dragon now should be picked up by the side of Frank.
Looks like this game will continue to go on. Driver forced away from the base. He's coming towards the drag. I don't think he'll be able to do something, but maybe he's going to try.
He's looking.
I don't think he can.
Get out of there, pal. He's going to be comboed up, shoved
he's in trouble
in.
now.
He's got Sterix, so he's going to stay alive for a bit longer. He's still looking. In fact, he placed a forward onto Pretender. Does he have the damage? He does! It's a shutdown. Kenny-chan gets the smite, but not without a huge shutdown going onto this Jax. Eventually, they will take him down. But what a heroic fight there by Driver to be able to pick up that 800 gold off Pretender.
Driver, my hero, somehow salvages out the back end, and Kaiwing all game long, he's been finding some insane engages. They get Minji here, which is really nice, and then this Flick manages to catch him as well. So much time the Azir has spent just CC'd up, not outputting the DPS, and then Eminem goes ballistic in the backline, deals so much damage before finally being taken out. Bruce stuck there with nowhere to go. Meanwhile, this whole time, Driver was just knocking on the base, making sure solo kill could not commit. And death time is so long at this point that they still have not respawned.
Yeah. I think importantly, that fight looks like it would have been a whole lot different had Void Staff been completed. Of course, he probably just goes down immediately, if not for the Zhonya's too, but noticeably an item that is lacking, of course, from Minji. And once that Void Staff is completed, it does feel like that fight does go a whole different way.
I think as well, just making sure you don't get hit by that Talia Flick. It is a bit deceptive. I think the hitbox is a little bit bigger, a bit generous perhaps, but just, again, spending so much of the fight, even if you don't die, being CC'd up when you deal this much damage as Azir, if you get the chance to auto, the fight's not going to last too long. Frank, though, full control over this, and Driver, he's not set up in a side lane, does not have TP, will be forced to group, and I think this plays into Frank's hands. Kaiwing, he's again got a fantastic flank, spotted out. Wall comes through.
Yeah, wall does come through. Lava again. This is going to be a third Baron now for Frank. How many Barons does it take? Minji's coming back. He did use that sand shift, of course, and Kenny-chan going to get stunned up here by the Winter's Bite. Explosive cast comes out for disengagement. Kenny-chan getting very, very low. Driver's looking for Kaiwing, but this blast cone should keep Kaiwing nice and safe. And now the play fizzles out, and it is the Baron for a third time going over to Frank Esports.
And don't tell me this is going to be another 60-minute game.
Look, mate, we've got 20 more minutes of this.
For those of you that didn't watch yesterday, there was a game that went for an hour and 4 seconds. I don't expect this one to go that long, though. Minji's got the Void now, which is going to make a big difference. Next Dragon is Soul for either of these teams. Now, admittedly, I don't think this is the best Soul.
No.
It's okay. It adds something. But not the likes of the Hex Tech.
I think it's better for Frank because of the tenacity it adds.
Yeah.
I think honestly, it's not that important either way, I don't think, but it's not a game-winning soul, shall I say. But I think maybe the value on Frank is higher than the value on J-Team, but we'll see. Obviously, they do have this Baron to pressure out. There is still 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. It will fizzle out just before the spawn of Dragon. But you're seeing these minion waves aren't lasting all that long anyway. Static Shiv, of course, there from Bruce. Runan's even to help with that wave clear. And then Minji has his Void Staff, so he's doing inexplicable amounts of damage. Explosive cast comes out, but it's onto Minji. Does go golden. Has got his ability to get away. Does manage to do so. Solo kill getting very low there on the side. Just a couple of auto attacks from these Sand Soldiers doing considerable amounts of damage. You saw it there on Kaiwing. So much damage coming through from this Azir. Pretender has a wall, and there is no Zhonya's now for Minji. He's been caught by little things time and time again, and there's these little mistakes that constantly make the difference. That's why we see Frank having their 3rd Baron. Minji, though, trying to look for damage onto Kenny Chan, but that shield's pretty hard to get through.
Yep. Feels like this game is quickly devolving into an ARAM.
Wall
Pretender,
comes through.
Finds
He doesn't. It hits the tower and the wall fizzles out, but Minji does get away. Kenny Chan going forward. It's Enso who's stunned up against that wall and taken out, and he will be up just in time for the Dragon, but it's notable that he is, of course, going to be missing. There's one more wave of Baron minions that can come through here from Frank, but Bruce and Minji still alive means they should feel pretty okay with clearing out the minions.
I think the base will hold despite his death, like you said. As long as Azir can come here, they are maybe going to look. It's hard to walk up and hit this. Kenny Chan, though, staunching them off, so they're going to be able to get it.
They get an inhib.
Yeah.
They definitely get an inhib here. Do they get more? I mean, they're looking to top. 7 seconds left on this Baron. It doesn't feel like they really should, but there is still Enso dead for another 10 seconds. He's spawning very shortly. Ashe ult comes through and forces out Alistar ult, and I think that's a pretty good trade at this stage of the game. Of course, 20 seconds now until this Dragon. It is going to be a fight over that soul. And Driver not making headway in a side lane, which I think is really what J-Team need for any success in this upcoming fight. Shove lands onto Lava, and the follow-up is there. He gets his ult off, and Radiant Virtue will be popping. But Bruce, he flashes away from solo kills engaged this time, as Driver is marking Kenny Chan on the side. What is happening to Minji? He's ended up in the middle of Team Frag, and Frank are running away with the fight. Bruce is untouched. Driver has come back, and Bruce is kiting, but it's a triple kill there for Pretender. Bruce, how much damage can this Ashe do? Not enough, as Driver will be respawning. He flashes away from the Blade Caller, but he is taken down, and after 44 minutes, it will be Frank Esports taking the win in game number 1.
What an incredible game 1 of our series here. 44 minutes later, they will finally pick it up, defying our expectations going into this one. And I think it's so insane that Frank are the ones that walk away with that when Minji began as a 7-0 Azir and they lost.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, such a well-played game from Pretender and the rest of Frank.
Yeah.
Early game, some shudders, but their team fighting was on another level. Eminem went berserk in so many of those team fights. The one team fight they lost around that Rift Herald was so close to a win after some heroic plays by Eminem, and that man on your screen, he deserves an award, and it's only game number 1, but by God, he is my MVP.
I think Kaiwing and Solo Kill both found some incredible engages in that fight. I really wish I could give multiple MVPs because just honestly, the whole side of Frank played that incredibly well from coming back from what was a pretty disastrous start, you'd have to say. I think they were down, 4, potentially 5,000 gold, and it was looking bleak. And to find those engages time and time again to catch out the J-Team carries and win that game, that's split 1 Frank right there.
That is split 1 Frank, and I think notably it was playing into their style, and Pretender's Talia, it's back, baby.
It is.
We got it. It's playoff time, so Pretender's bringing out the Talia, and by God, he looks so good at it. And I mean, the whole team, I really want an honorable mention to Eminem because there's so much CC, and yes, you're Zaya, but nothing ever found him. He played so well. He found so much damage in those fights, and the fact they weren't actually able to take him down unless he flashed forward to secure a team fight win was so impressive, especially up against an Azir that was, as you said, 7-0 to start out the game.
Yeah, it's not easy, I think, as Zaya to play into an Azir that's fed because you do just get outranged and it's really tough. I think both the Frank carries played the team fights really well. I think Pretender probably did the most damage in the game. Despite the Azir having 7 kills, I think that honestly felt like Pretender built better and was definitely rewarded for it, because every fight I would see, he's just surviving at the back and dealing so much DPS. So I can't say enough good things about the way Frank played the team fights. Now, you do worry. The way they started the game wasn't that great, and I think that if you are up against a team like Beyond or PSG, it's unlikely you get the ability to come back in this game. But I think starting off 1-0, I was maybe expecting J-Team to come in 3-0 this series, so that's a really good start.
I tend to agree, and I really hope we get a replay of that last fight, because somehow Minji ended up in the middle of the entire side of Frank. And I mean, the only thing that makes sense to me, because it wasn't the explosive cask, is that he went forward, got stunned up by the Talia thing, and then just died. But why was he looking for that if that was what happened? Or maybe Kaiwing flashed on him and then headbutted him into the team. I'm not sure, but it did really feel like this game was in sole control of Minji. He could have taken over. Wasn't able to. Maybe some question marks around the build path. But yeah, I mean, Minji's Azir falls, which is not something I thought I'd see here. And Pretender's Talia, as you pointed out, was phenomenal.
It really was. I do think Minji's build was pretty alien, honestly. It was not good. I think this is definitely a Leandri's game, and I think not having the combination of Rabadons and Void until ultra late game is, a lot of missed opportunities. And of course, I think while he had some very good team fights, of course, found himself at a big lead, there's also ones where he is getting caught out, and that ultimately did make the difference. So pretty crazy game 1. I wonder if we will see any adaptations going into game 2, because if you'd stopped that game at, say, 25 minutes, I would have said that going into game 2, there's no chance that Frank let the Azir go through again. But, finding that win in spite of that, maybe they will.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate either draft. I think both drafts were perfectly fine. Honestly, it felt like maybe Frank, if they get the exact same draft again and they are able to win out the early a bit more than they did, because ultimately, when you're against the Azir with the Talia, you do feel like those early dragons shouldn't really be going over to J-Team.
Yeah.
And maybe you can make the argument that Sejuani does a little bit more damage than Poppy early, isolated. It does feel like it should have still been some objectives that J-Team picked up that they possibly shouldn't have, and maybe you can change that in the next game and look even better. But take a look at a replay. This was just Kaiwing finding another engage onto Lava, forcing out that ult, and this was really the turning point for me, I think. Obviously, they already had the Baron off of a very decisive shot call, but this engage from Kaiwing, the follow-up that comes through here from Solokill's explosive cast as well, is just phenomenal.
Yeah, Solokill even finding both the carries here at the end. It just felt like, obviously the Frank carries played well, but the Frank engage and supports did so well to set them up every fight. Capitalized there in the end as Pretender gets into the back line. Really good luck winning a fight like this, because this is a very crazy fight. It's very hard, I think, to communicate all these things in the moment. So it really just does come down to individual skill, which
I think this is the final fight.
Yeah, this should be the one. So
I want to see what happens to
I think he did get explosive cast, didn't he? Or was it Zonya? Let's see.
I don't think so. I think Zonya's here.
Yeah, no, he's hit up by the cask, and then obviously nowhere to go. Zonya's, but Talia, very happy with that. Kaiwing
and then he
sends him back in. Again, I don't know. Who do you choose for MVP? Because I
think Eminem.
I think it's Kaiwing or Solokill.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think it's Solokill.
Really?
Yeah, no, he got Solo-killed. So
Did
I think... Oh, he very close to, actually. He did flash away at the end. I don't think I would give it to Solo. I think Kaiwing or the bot lane. One of the bot laners, I think, should get it. It is Eminem. Yep. Based. Based MVP voters.
No, man,
90% KP.
Kaiwing.
No, man. This guy... How hard is it to play this champion, Xayah, into an Azir that's 7-0? It's impossible. It is absolutely impossible to do that. And he goes 8-2-10, 90% KP, 27% of his team damage. And that's competing against a Talia that can just throw out Qs willy-nilly. So I think this was very well deserved.
What did I tell you, though? Pretender, he did top the damage charts. And look at that, because, again, look at the gold graph. With the way Azir started in that game, Azir not just topping the DPS charts and not even being close is
criminal.
Insane, really. And Pretender, I mean, he was miles ahead of the closest one. He's 10,000 damage ahead of Minji.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I want to have an honorable mention to the Doctor, because there were so many fights that he did his absolute best to try salvage, but it really was just, I guess, the engages that came through and mispositioning to be able to be found so consistently by Kaiwing and Solokill that really led to what was a massive lead turning over. And you see it at the end of the game there was 8k in favor of Frank. They do pick up the win, of course, and Yeah, I mean, question marks, I guess, around J-Team now at this stage. When we're in the playoffs, they are 0-4 so far in the playoffs. And honestly, this game, they had everything they needed to win and still couldn't do it.
That is pretty crazy. You mentioned 0-4 because J-Team, they were what, second seed coming into this?
Yeah.
And they were, how many wins were they behind PSG? I think it was 2, right? At the end of the split?
I do believe it was 2. I'll have to go back and look. I'm pretty sure PSG did win by 2. But talking about 2, up next we do have game number 2 where Frank looked to get their second win, but it is J-Team who of course are trying to pick up their first. So stick around and we'll find out what happens.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的三杯鸡？现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，台酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道。浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
for your help, but you let me down. Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was to hide there, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna? Thought I told you once, but I'll remind you.
Welcome back, everybody, for game number 2 here between, of course, Frank Esports and J-Team. Brought to you by Riot Games, Carry Live, and TTL Brand Ramen. Now, it feels like we've got a series on our hands tonight more than ever. I think this could very possibly be our first 5-game series because it really did feel like J-Team should have won that game, and they didn't. But it is things that can be fixed up between games because it was just positioning errors that you don't really need to go and fix an entire structure of a team to fix. You just play a bit more safe and then you kind of fix those problems and then you're having a better time for yourself. But do you think we're going to see much changes, especially around the draft? Because it feels like, again, didn't really see many problems.
No, I'm not expecting too many changes in the draft. It is, once again, J-Team that will be on that blue side. I think maybe the Talia might get banned out in the second phase. I can't remember what the second phase bans were.
It was Rakan.
Yeah, I remember Rakan.
And... no, I don't remember either. I think it was 2 supports, though.
Yeah. I'm not too sure, but I think the Talia, unlikely to be given again over to Pretender. I think he's very, very good on the champ. Of course, that is if they go for that first pick Azir again, which I think there's nothing really wrong with, right? Like, I think their comp was fine for Azir to play into. Minji just didn't play as well as he should have. And is there going to be anything else? I mean, maybe the Jax priority? Because I think the Driver's Jax, he found a lot in the side lane. And honestly, he found a lot in the team fights too. But I wonder if they would perhaps, you know, prioritize the Renekton higher.
Maybe. I mean, it does mean that the Gragas is less valuable.
Yeah.
And so you do take that away. But it doesn't feel like you needed the Gragas in that game. The engages, of course, were really nice out of solo kill. But I think you could just have any other team fighting sort of top laner there and it feels okay. And as long as you have a reasonable matchup into Renekton, it should be good. But we'll see. I mean, we'll find out really as we head into the draft very shortly. And it is, of course, as you touched on, blue side again. So nothing changes there. And we'll see. Other bans going to remain the same. You almost feel like they should, at least for the first 6.
Seems like we can't see the bans or the timer. So I'm not sure if we'll see the picks either.
I think maybe the lobby collapsed.
Drops, yeah.
There was a disaster in the lobby.
No, we should get back into that.
Maybe they did what I do sometimes when I try and make a custom and it's on the wrong game.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so Alistair, first 3 ban from J-Team. And last game, I think that was Jace, was it?
It was Kaiser.
Okay.
Or LeBlanc.
Oh, yeah, LeBlanc. I think LeBlanc is something that you can let go through. Frank ban away the Jace, and I want to see if J-Team prioritizes LeBlanc. I kind of hope they don't, to be honest. I think LeBlanc is a bait pick, at least the way that teams have been using it. So they pick it up, but I think this favors Frank if they end up picking something like the Annie into it, because I think that it is very hard to execute on the static LeBlanc style. And I also don't really see J-Team as a team that are going to heavily enable the LeBlanc in the early game. I think most of Minji's leads come from the team fights, and that's something that LeBlanc doesn't do so well in the early game.
Yep, definitely agree with you there, and it's going to be the Poppy answered once again. So Kenny Chan going to have himself very comfortable pick. See what the answer is for their second pick. What was it last game? It was
they picked Xayah here, right?
It was Xayah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, and they may do that again. I think that the Zeri could also be a choice. Looks like Xayah may be the way to run it back, but I mean, how much respect put towards Kaiwing's Alistar after that last game performance that they just banned it out in the first 3? So I think last game it was even picked 4th. So
yeah,
just don't want to deal with that whatsoever. So last time it was Sedge alongside the Jax that was picked up here. So I guess now we'll see if there is going to be something, and I think there should be. I don't think Sedge LeBlanc is the best combo. I like the Rel. It's a flex pick, of course. It loses a little bit of value, I think, up against the Poppy and the Xayah, but it's still a very strong champ on the patch.
Certainly is, and now we'll be, of course, locked in here, as you touched on, a flex, so it can go to Lava, can also go to Enso. Whichever lane. And kind of, I think you just pick it here and then see how the bans pan out to decide where it goes. And now, it is the Jax locked in again, so we could see the first 3 once again come through from Frank if a Gragas is locked in response.
Yeah, now remember Poppy, we mentioned it last time, but Poppy can go top into Jax, and I believe that's a matchup that RJ picked multiple times to really great success, so they don't have to pick the Gragas here, and it looks like they are just going to try and make sure Kaiwing has the ability to get these engages off. They lock in the Nautilus now. So heading towards second phase, you can ban out the Sedge to make sure there is no pairing with the Jax, which might be the way they go. Alternatively, you can target the ADCs again. I think Bruce, he found a really good team fight at the end, but for a lot of that game, he didn't find as much value as he'd want, I think, as the Ashe.
Yeah.
So maybe just ban away. I think it was the Zeri that they banned here. They banned the Sivir.
Okay.
Interesting.
Does do well with the Rel, and of course enables Jax even more than he already enables himself, so I don't hate it. It is an annoying champion to go up against. Talia will be banned here.
Yeah. Do we think Gragas gets banned away? Because I think Gragas neutralizes the Jax, but at the same time that Poppy can still go up there. There's even the chance of Frank taking away the Sejuani 4th just to deny it. Because obviously Sedge and Maokai are both still available. And both the Poppy and the Rel are flexes. Braum banned away there. So not going to give that over to Enso. I guess they just want to be able to engage and really make Bruce's life difficult.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, this is a very different look on draft.
It is. I think the Talia ban is a little surprising because I think that while he looked very good in it, I think it is much better against Azir than it is up against the LeBlanc. They ban away the Annie as well.
I like that.
Which I think is good, yeah. So now, you can take the Gragas if you want, but that does reveal your Poppy flex. So I think, okay, maybe they just want to give Pretender the opportunity to look at this comp and counter it completely.
What really is there, though, to pick as a counter? I mean...
Yeah, because the Nico
has been
banned.
Yeah.
The Annie is gone as well. LeBlanc taken. I'm not sure what Pretender goes for at this point. If they lock in the Zeri, you could see something like a Syndra, but I think it is scary to play up against this sort of comp. I'm honestly not too sure what he's going to go for. He can pick up an Azir of his own, but maybe it isn't the best up against both the LeBlanc and the Zeri. So I actually don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe they've been cooking.
He might just play Ahri. It is a good matchup into LeBlanc early, especially if you have the Ahri, and it does allow you the follow-up to engage onto the Zeri, and also it's not going to be the solo AP, so I think Ahri probably makes the most sense given what Pretender plays, but it feels like a sort of lackluster 5th pick. Sedge could be that lock-in, which would confirm Rel going towards support. They do lock it in. So now what's it going to be for Pretender? I think if you can get stronger DPS, it would be good, but I expect the Ari to come through.
Ari feels more Pretender-esque, but
yeah.
we might see the Azir, a very powerful pick.
Ooh, that would be bold.
Does he have him an ace machine?
I
wow,
don't think
okay.
he does. Lissandra.
Lissandra offers lockdown there
Yeah.
onto the Zeri, as well as you don't really want it to be your solo AP, but it will just be going back to now and locking in that Azir. So we will see Pretender on the Azir this game.
Yeah. I think it's very, very good against the short-range champs of this comp, but I think Azir does struggle a little bit into both LeBlanc and the Zeri poke, especially the static LeBlanc build. But at the same time, maybe they see static LeBlanc coming out as a win condition for them, because I think the team fighting, especially before this LeBlanc and Zeri scales up, should heavily favor the side of Frank. And if they can play the team fights as well as they did last time, then I'm feeling pretty good about their comp. I think on paper, especially for the way the PCS teams play the LeBlanc, I favor the Frank draft.
Yeah, I think I favor the Frank draft too. And it pretty solely comes down to the fact there is this LeBlanc.
Yeah.
I really don't like the LeBlanc 90% of the times we see
For sure. We have seen it have some pretty dominant performances,
Yeah.
but it feels like it's so hit or miss just because you really need lots of items to come through. You need to make sure that you get them before the lifesteal. And you have to make sure that you're finding, picks and accelerating it. It just feels like so much has to go right. And if just one of those things goes wrong, something like Azir is just going to have so much more consistent impact. But
Absolutely.
the early game, the 1v1 is very favored towards that LeBlanc. So maybe Minji can use that. He had a very high forward percentage. I don't know if you remember, but from the stats comparison, I think it was 32% compared to only 23 from Pretender. So he certainly knows how to play aggressive, and LeBlanc is a champ that does allow for that.
Yeah, and can look for possible kills onto the Azir. Not the easiest champion, of course, but with that lockdown available along with the Sejuani, there is the opportunity to do so, but we are now headed, of course, onto the Rift here. Game number 2 between Frank Esports and Taipei J team. Frank Esports at an early lead, 1-0 in their favor. After what seemed like it shouldn't have been, there is now going to be 5 members all in this bot side. And I know it's your favorite time of the game. Take us through the runes.
Oh, actually, flashes were...
That hook didn't even land. It hit the wall.
Yeah. I swear you use it, though.
Yeah.
I think you have to. I didn't see anything too different in the runes. I didn't see what Pretender took secondary. I think he had inspiration, but a lot of Azirs do go resolve second against LeBlanc, just for, again, the tenacity up against LeBlanc's edge, but also the sustain during the lane phase. So I guess we'll see how he ends up navigating it. But it could be pretty important.
Oh.
Just a little tap.
Just wonder if it's even worth it. Now, importantly, of course, flash used by Bruce. There is no Hex Flash actually available for Kaiwing this game.
Interesting, yeah.
So it is just going to be that trade of summoners. It does mean, of course, that Bruce is more vulnerable, and the Cull start makes that even more so.
Nice trade comes out of Minji there. He has the Scorch in the secondary, so I like what he's going for. Lots of strength there in the early game and will allow him to have a lot of control. Like you said, that flash being down is going to be tough for Bruce, especially with Kenny Chan pathing towards that side of the map. He could be vulnerable. Looks like Lava will be matching those, so probably going to end bot side at a similar time. I'm a little worried for Pretender in this lane, just because there are the strong early game runes coming out from Minji, and he didn't start Corrupting Pot, which a lot of his ears, again, do, because this matchup early is, well, it really sucks, to say the least.
Yeah, you're seeing it. He is getting chunked out. And of course, Fleet Footwork will sustain up Minji ever so slightly, which does help in those trades.
Bot lane, they're the ones crashing the wave, so if they can get this in and have it bounce back out, then Bruce shouldn't need to worry about not having the flash. That would be very nice for him. Kenny Chan will just now cross over mid, so we'll be heading towards bot side, but I think the window might have already closed. J-Team, they managed to crash this. They can now come and grab a ward fairly easily.
Oh,
lots of damage coming on to Pretender. He doesn't really have any choice other than to stay under his tower at this point, and I really do hope he rushes the Merc Treads as well. It feels really, really good here. And we don't want to see last game where he died very early on. But he's around. I think this is more to counter gank than to look for anything proactive. Maybe just drop a ward and use the Prior to allow them to do that scuttle. Has a sweeper, actually, so it's just going to sweep. Maybe look into that jungle. He has mid and bot priority currently, so he can do this. Ooh, it's smited away from Kenny Chan. Maybe looking through the lane.
Did Kenny Chan see Lava? I don't think he did.
He must have.
Let's see. Anyway, fight breaks out. Enso's getting rooted up, gets grounded, will not be able to dismount and find that shield. Is taken out. Lava and Bruce, though, they're finding a lot of damage for themselves. Eminem, notably, though, still full health. Flash forward, finds the root and the hook. The hook lands, but it lands in the most weird position possible, and it doesn't pull in Bruce, so he does manage to stay alive. Kenny Chan now will have Kaiwing to come up and help him.
Yeah, has to wait for him. Should be okay, though, to get this. So a lot of action already. And it was First Blood that went over to Kaiwing. Get a replay of it. I think Kenny Chan, he did see Lava, I'm pretty sure. But they come here. They have a lot of deny on 10, so you can see cancelled out there. And they trade a lot of damage on the back end. Kaiwing, he decides that he can look for Bruce, knowing that he doesn't have the flash. But the angle, like you said, is very strange. The root comes in and you're thinking, okay, guaranteed kill. But the wall ends up stopping Kaiwing from being able to connect with that auto attack afterwards. He's not too happy with that.
Looks of frustration, of course. As top lane once again going extremely similar to last game, where Driver has found himself a bit of a CS lead early on. So we'll have to see if later on Solokill's able to turn this around like he did.
I'm a little surprised that Driver didn't go for the proxy this game, because it was Kenny Chan who started on top side this time. So had the opportunity to if he wanted, but maybe the lane didn't allow for it. Interesting though, all things considered. Now Pretender's basing, and I want to see what he picks up. See if he's learned from the previous game. He has. That's my boy.
He has got his mercs.
So yeah, he should be pretty safe now, and I think hitting around the level 6 mark for Azir means you're pretty okay now in the 1v1. Still, probably don't want to skirmish too much, but you have the ability just to keep farming up, which is fine. Benji, he put 2 points Q and now 2 points W, so I assume he'll just commit to the W max from now. Kenny Chan, maybe looking around mid. It's not easy to gank a LeBlanc.
Benji has just used his... Wow, Distortion was used, but gonna get that flash out. Pretender loses the Emperor's Divide, but big summoner spell usage. Now, you can punish it later, but it does feel pretty hard still.
Yeah, I don't think it's the end of the world for Minji. LeBlanc, very mobile, very safe, even without the flash. Should have no trouble surviving, as that Dragon is started up. Frank currently with that mid priority, but and bot priority, so they are going to be able to get it. Although, I think J-Team could fight if they want. Azir with no ult is not very strong here.
Yeah, Minji is on the upper side. It looks like we might have a fight on our hands. Stunned up is Enso, and he's just going to be eliminated, taken completely out of the fight immediately. And now forward go these carries from Frank as they look to try and get another kill. And the cohesion not really there for J-Team around these objectives, as it will just be a kill given over to the side of Frank Esports.
It is. I think maybe a little mis-executed there from the side of J-Team. If you are looking for that, I don't think it can... Well, Minji needs to be careful.
Oh.
Does go wide. Would have taken a little bit of damage there on the way out. But both mids, I think, were relatively useless in that fight. The 3v3, though, did favor Frank, all things considered. I guess there were also significant item lead for Eminem there. So maybe they shouldn't have fought it. Dragon didn't end up going down, so J-Team might consider that a small win. But of course, the gold given over doesn't feel that great.
Certainly not. We'll see. Obviously, that Dragon does remain, and Rift Herald will be spawning soon, so it feels like next time it should just be a trade of those two objectives, whichever way each team sees fit. Kaiwing, though, making his way up to the top side. Driver with that ward is well aware of this happening.
Top CS is a bit closer this time around as well. Obviously, Driver has a big wave here to pick up, so if he can grab all this, should find himself at some lead. But I think last time, at around this time, he was maybe like 15 CS up, so it's closed a little bit. Again, I don't think it has that much relevance on the game, but maybe just speaks to Driver's skill in the top lane and at the matchup specifically. So both the Dragon and Herald are now live. I think if you're Frank, you're fine to just leave these objectives for a bit. You've got Azir as well as Zaya, who really need 2 items to come through. But if you're J-Team, you might be thinking the exact same thing.
Oh.
Flash away by solo kills. So really respecting that there is some sort of gank. I don't think he would have flashed away purely 1v1. But yeah, I think both teams kind of do want to hit 2 item power spikes before they really get into it. Maybe if you're Frank, you can use the strength that you've picked up on your jungle and support to keep going. And Driver
has to be careful.
I'm not sure he's aware.
I don't think he is, but it does feel hard to gank this Jax. It will be this Rift Shield started up now by the side of Frank, and maybe if Lalva and the rest of J-Team are quick, they can look towards this Dragon, as we see Pretender as well as Enso collapsing there on your screen. Bruce, in the meanwhile, is picking himself up some CS down the bot side, has found himself at a CS advantage, but it is 2 assists over to Eminem. That means the gold should still favor this Zaya, at least for the time being. Looks like something's going on mid.
Wow.
I say that Zaya's favored in gold, and picking up that kill there on this LeBlanc feels very, very good. And it also means there can be no objective trade. Something terrible must have happened there. I want to see a replay because it feels like Minji shouldn't be dying.
Yeah, I think he must have gotten shuffled in somehow. But yeah, I think LeBlanc, one of the hardest champs to gank, especially because there is no point and click. You know, perhaps if you have a Vi or something.
Oh, Bruce is overstayed, I think.
There's still no ult here for Kaiwing. Didn't actually use it mid, but Bruce, he's able to walk it out. Let's take a look. Minji, what happened?
Has everything up, just gets hooked. He's very, very disrespectful.
Yeah, so he W'd away at the end, but it was too little too late. I think he also might have gone back to his W there and then tried to ult away. I'm not too sure, but either way, a mis-execution costs him big. And I think that Static LeBlanc especially really does not do well from behind, because so much of this build is built around being 10 CSPM, higher level than your opponent. So being just even or being worse behind is not a good look, especially when you'll be hitting your Shiv late enough that it doesn't even feel that pressuring. So I'm really liking the position that Frank are finding themselves in, and I worry a lot for J-Team in this one.
I feel much the same. He is keeping himself up in CS, of course, but yeah, it's going to take a long while for this LeBlanc to really be able to find her mark, and you can see it is Frank taking over the Rift pretty much, getting both the objectives early. Driver, though, having a pretty good time for himself up in the top lane, dodging out of that body slam and finding a sizable chunk there onto Solo Kill, who still does not have flash available for himself.
We'll just be able to clear this one up, and Herald is still available for Kenny Chan. Big trades
Having been looked at, yeah. Bruce coming forward. This is teleport coming through from Solo Kill and does have his Everfrost. Bruce is cutting away, and there's no threat onto him right now because Kenny Chan was the only one there, and Bruce really not going to be able to be part of this fight anymore. Lalva using that ultimate to ensure Enso does not get taken down. And so, honestly, big win, I think, here for J-Team, because this allows Driver to have free will over this top lane.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that no one went down there. I think maybe Kenny Chan saved Enso by pushing him away, allowing him to flash a little bit easier. There still were a lot of sums burned, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, Pretender now teleporting top, so
yeah,
we'll
he's
be able
going
to
the crown as well. You hate to see it.
Against Static Shiv LeBlanc, eh?
And the Static Zeri.
Yeah.
Oh, Pretender. He built so base last game, other than his Shadow Flame. But, you know, we're allowed to make a couple mistakes.
Yeah, but Shadow Flame has Magic Pen.
That is true. Still, though, I think he's ahead enough that he'll be feeling pretty happy going into these team fights, and I think Azir is at the point where he's comfortable to skirmish, probably does more in a skirmish actually than the Static LeBlanc, unless Minji finds a lot of poke before it. See, doesn't do much poke here.
Going chained up, but does manage to get out of it. Lalva as well, stunned up. Everyone is seemingly making their way out. Not sure what just happened with that Nautilus hook. I think it hit the wall.
Yeah, was close though. I think if that were me, it would have hit me for sure. Lalva maybe being looked at.
Kaiwing's very low. Enso is here. Very low health bars across the board here. And this could be the fight that Minji needs to get himself on the board, as Kenny Chan will be taken down by that last auto attack. Eminem, though, joining the fray, as Enso's going to have to demount to try and get away. Kaiwing goes golden. Will have that shield available for himself very, very shortly, as Enso's limping away. Teleport now coming through from Driver on this Jax, and Minji almost finds himself another one. Counter-Strike comes through, but the Empress Divide stops him in his tracks. Bruce and Eminem. It's Eminem who comes up victorious there with that blade caller, locking down and killing the Zeri. A lot of low health bars, kind of reminiscent of the fighting last game, but it was importantly Frank Esports who pick up the win.
Eminem getting so far ahead there. He managed to keep both his thumbs as well. The poise from that man, very, very impressive. Some plays picked up here too by solo kill. So everything coming up Frank at the moment. They have that dragon already. A gold lead and a very fearsome comp. Let's take another look at this. So initially, you may be wondering about this engage because Pretender is pretty far away, and also Pretender does not have ult. So he doesn't have a lot of burst. It really is just going to be sustained DPS. So it takes him a while. Had to flash over the wall to follow lava. And I think that Kaiwing did a really good job of having pressure despite being so low. He manages to hit the hook, and also he stopwatches here from Minji and is able to just buy so much time surviving Pretender. He gets looked at, and the TP comes in from Driver immediately after that chain lands. But Eminem went big. Kaiwing flashes over the wall. He survives. The two Frank carries play in tandem so well there. And them being the ones to pick up a kill here is insane. Eminem knows his limits off the back of that one.
Yeah. As well as Pretender, of course, helping to find the damage necessary to make sure that Bruce cannot find that trade kill. Now Lava looking topside. Driver, a focal point of last game, and really was the main chances that the side of J-Team found, but this will be a dead LeBlanc. LeBlanc has no way out of this. Does go down. Pretender able to find that one, and now Enso left with his pants around his ankles as he is stuck at this tower. There is no Emperor's Divide available for Pretender, but too much lockdown means that Bruce can't really enter this, and it is just more gold now onto this Azir. Feels very, very good if you are Pretender.
Yeah, he's very happy about that. I like that Pretender was willing to commit there with the ulti, because I think that it's very easy to say that's a dead LeBlanc, but LeBlanc just so slippery, oftentimes can't get out. And I think you know that there's not going to be a fight, at least for a little bit. So you have time to just commit the ult. It's going to come back up in time for drag. 10 seconds away, but it can't be started on spawn. And he's going towards the Nash's second, which makes a lot of sense.
Yep, should be Nash's second, followed by Zonya's.
We hope not. No, he won't. Pretender's builds are normally good. Frank, though, they're regaining control around this bot river. Solo Kill actually just TP'd top. Driver doesn't have TP yet either, so this might just be a 4v4. I wonder if Solo Kill just TP'd to try to get the tower. Yeah, he did. So it's very low. Doesn't quite get it, but it's not too far away.
Very, very close.
That would be the first tower as well, so it would be a lot of gold picked up. And I think Solo Kill is actually doing a pretty good job of the matchup.
Oh. Divine Sunder coming through.
Yeah. I wonder if Driver can just let the tower die and deny the local gold. Doesn't... Oh, maybe he can.
Oh. Wow. Okay.
J-Team got the first tower bot.
That feels pretty... Solo Kill must be heartbroken.
Yeah.
I would be. Oh, nice trade
Ouch.
from Driver. He's staying in front of Solo Kill, but the explosive cask forces him back. It's a trade of ultimates there between these two top laners. Driver, though, doing pretty well for himself again here in this top side.
Yeah, he has TP up now, and Solo Kill does not. But I think that J-Team are just going to give this one over. Probably recognize that they need some gold at this point, especially on their LeBlanc and the Zeri. They're going to use this powerful Sedge Jax combo to start this up, but health bars are low. And I think this is something that Frank could look to fight. We'll see where they go after this mid-wave. At the same time, they can trade more gold onto Pretender bot, which looks to be the play. I think in the meantime, Solo Kill might even be able to get this tower. He doesn't have ult, so has to be careful walking up against the Jax. Yeah, it looks like he would just wisely back away, but Pretender,
will get it.
He should grab this as well. So while that Herald was picked up, I think in terms of immediate gold, definitely favors Frank. Question mark maybe around where that Herald ends up going. I think it has to be mid, so hard to break it otherwise up against Desire. But even then, I'm not sure if it ends up going down.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe you just... Oh, I'm not sure. We'll see where they use this Herald. There is the argument you can put it in either of the side lanes with the LeBlanc or the Jax as well. But it does feel like you are really wanting to get this mid lane tower out.
Maybe
Driver
now.
This is being focused on. There's a teleport coming through from Pretender as well, but it might just be unnecessary. As Driver, he flashes away, but he's into the waiting arms of Pretender.
Tragic.
Was a good effort out of him to try and escape, but Didn't realize that Azir had teleported down, but it is 3 members committed to the top side. There is no teleport. Solo kills very soon will be up. And a Herald can be used in this LeBlanc lane. They're choosing not to. We're not able to do it in time. And so with that, play should kind of fizzle out. Minji looking for one last Static Shiv auto attack to claim up those minions. Although Kaiwing being stunned up here, locked down. Permafrost does connect, but he does manage to buffer that Q. Dredge line to get himself out in time. Meanwhile, though, Pretender again working his way on this tower. It's going to be very hard for Jax to answer this Azir. Maybe the one argument you can make for the crown is that it makes the time in a side lane against Jax a lot easier.
Yeah. Eminem just picked up his Navori, so it's going to be really, really strong here. And something I just saw is that Minji's building towards Ludens rather than the Harvester. Now, I can't remember if this is the patch where they made it so Night Harvester doesn't proc it. I don't think it is, right? Because we've seen everyone else build the Night Harvester.
It might be.
Yeah, so interesting that he is going for the Ludens.
More upfront damage on whoever he chooses to auto or focus on.
Yeah, I wonder what his reasoning was. Maybe he does just feel like if he doesn't burst out Eminem, there is no way to win. And the AoE, I feel like, can go missing a lot of the time. Not end up changing the fight in a big way. But 2 dragons have already gone over to Frank, and they have hit their 2 item spikes on the carries very early. Engage coming out.
Yeah, there is no teleport here for Pretender, who's in the belt side, and Minji will be here at the fight. Stunned up is Kenny Chan, who's getting fairly low, half health, but it's also Lava and Minji who are low as well, as Eminem is offloading so much damage in this game. So much gold onto the Xayah means even finding a catch is very, very difficult.
Especially finding a catch onto those members, right? The Xayah wasn't even forced to ult. She wasn't looked at whatsoever. I think finding Kenny Chan as a tank, he didn't even have to flash. Still walks away with half of his health. So a weird engage, I think, from J-Team. They use some ults. They will be back up. Ooh, and Hook comes out onto Bruce.
It is onto Bruce, and Bruce does have to flash away. He's getting very low. Eminem's looking for him, but he's hit against the wall. Will be going down. It's teleport from Solo Kill as well. And now focus on to this Baron. It's looking like they're getting their 4th of the series. I don't think there's a way for J-Team to contest it, although pings are going that direction. Driver as well is in the area, and he's going to come and check. Kaiwing might just have to be careful, but this Baron's getting very, very low. Solo Kill, though, as well as Kaiwing, doing all the zoning necessary, and the Emperor's Divide comes out. Enso and Lava are not long for this world, as Minji lands the chain, but it's onto a blue buff. And will be this Baron. 1 in 10, 7k gold lead to Frank. As wow, Minji almost got hit by Hook there.
So close. Kaiwing is having the series of his lifetime. He's playing so well, and Frank are just running away with this game. They've got everything they need, a massive gold lead. They're about to pick up a 3rd dragon, and what do you know, it's going to be the Hextech Soul as well.
Well, that is the most broken soul that could possibly happen. And really, it does feel like Frank are now so firmly ahead that there isn't really that much for J-Team to look for. I think you have to try and find poke from this LeBlanc first, but it's not going to be all that meaningful, being that she is still at 1 item, almost 2, but oh wow.
Bruce, you gotta wonder what he's doing there. I think very disrespectful. The fact that you can burn both your sums and still end up dying is really big deal, because a lot of the time, you know, it's fights, you spend 1 go to get the sums and then you go again after, but he just died, and they kind of have a half-hearted attempt to contest this, but Baron had already gone, and the engage coming in from Pretender scoops him up, takes him out. And back in picture, Minji did just kill Solo Kill.
Oh. How'd that happen?
I'm not sure. I think they must have sent 2 towards 3, maybe even towards the top side. So this is actually big. It delays the Baron power play quite a bit. Now, there's still gold that can be picked up on the other side of the map. In fact, with so many members committed top, I think both mid and bot will be looked at. But Driver just grabbed a lot of gold for himself. He got that objective bounty, and I think it was Minji that got the shutdown.
Okay.
But
Driver,
important, right? It delays the Baron.
Does delay, of course. 2 towers, though, will be found with this first Baron. A lot more effective than in the prior game, where they picked up the Baron despite being behind. The J-Team, Driver, has his Hullbreaker. And this is really where we saw him find his own in the side lane. We get a replay of what happened here. Solo Kill, wow. He ults the wave.
Yeah, he cleared it and then decided to E back in. So got a bit greedy. Did end up costing him pretty big, and this does, I think, while it doesn't change the game that much, I think it does delay it significantly. So it gives J-Team the opportunity to catch more mistakes from the side of Frank. It feels like, though, with the way Frank are playing, they're probably not going to make those mistakes. As now they're looking towards that top tier 2, and it shouldn't be long for this world. Has already taken a lot of damage. Now 2 side laners sent down bot.
In the same lane, yeah.
Pretender has to be careful. Kaiwing resetting. I really like this. I think just need to protect your Azir. And Pretender realizes that he's in big trouble. Well, maybe he doesn't.
He doesn't. He's going to get stunned up, and teleport's coming through from solo kill. Pretender gets himself out, and now 3 members in return. Driver going to have that depth charge locked in on him, but he's able to get away. Lava, though, is not able to do the same. As honestly, you lose your Sejuani, but you have whittled out now this Baron. It's gone down, and your base still remains, so not the worst outcome in the world. Also got that teleport away from solo kill.
They did get some things. Minji being looked at. I think he's mobile enough to get out of here. So should just be able to walk on out, but maybe not.
His fast presence going to come out, and Minji having a bit of a nightmare in this playoffs. Does manage to get away, but constantly is found on these sort of terrible angles. Driver, though, still working away here at this bot side. There is going to be 2 members coming and looking for him.
Yeah,
so it's going to have to be a big outplay if any were to come through. Crown, of course, available for this Azir means it's very unlikely. Driver's getting taken down. This Azir is just doing so much damage to him. Explosive cask as well means he will be taken out. And that kill will be picked up again by this Azir, who is now 5-0-5.
Feels like this game is just completely done. I'm not sure how J-Team are going to contest this next dragon. They pretty much have to go for some sort of Hail Mary fight in 2 more minutes, but it's so difficult. They're just so far behind in gold. And Eminem hitting the BT here before LeBlanc is even thinking about the Lich Bane is pretty disgusting. And Minji he might
just
be
be caught out again. Does go back to his distortion, so we'll delay. We almost wonder, this feels like an inevitable end. Oh my god, okay. Now that is a heist.
The great escape comes out of Minji. But unfortunately, it doesn't feel like it really does anything for them. I don't know how they're going to contest this. I think it just comes down to if Lava can steal, maybe they can continue to delay.
A Poppy ult to stop that.
Yeah, and there's even a Baron that spawns before that. Frank could just look at that. And Kaiwing, he is not your engaged target.
No, but he is getting pretty low. He does use that depth charge to try and lock up Bruce to stop any DPS from coming through, and he does survive. So it's just too tanky to be taken out. And now Eminem going to be picking himself up this blue. Really, the entire map is just Frank's oyster, taking everything and anything they want. Driver as well, he's not going to have the time really to find the impact he needs in these side lanes, of course. Pretender has his teleport back, solo kill as well. Bruce is getting very, very low. Can't even walk up to this minion wave.
Baron's up in 20 seconds, and Frank do have enough DPS so they can just take it out and then do the Dragon after. And I think starting the Baron would be a good idea because it would pull Driver away from this side lane. I wonder, maybe they'll send Pretender bot first though and just try push out this lane. That way Driver, no, okay, he's TPing straight to the Baron.
Yeah.
And this should just go to Frank. I don't see any way they can get here. This does mean that if J-Team wanted, they could take the vision, but no, they're going to try take the Baron fight.
And the Baron's already dead, so I think this was the incorrect call to make.
Oh.
Lava, he gets it! I speak too soon as somehow Lava steals this Baron, and now all J-Team have to do is survive, and survive they will. Lava even not being taken out yet as he does have that Arctic Assault to get himself over the wall, and he's looking for that Baron-empowered recall. And so somehow they managed to pick up that Baron, but almost you feel bad for them because now they're going to have to play this entire game up against the Hextech Soul.
That's pretty tall order for them, and I think while the Baron, it does give them more time to come online with these 3-item spikes. It's time that Frank also can use and put that to good effect as Pretender. He's working on the Rabadons.
Shock, I'm sorry to inform you, but he has an amplifying tome.
Oh no. Let's see. He just really got in there. I'm not sure how. I think Pretender probably should have been in front of the Baron and get that away.
Just don't look as their items.
I will not. Let's see. They have 2 more minutes of this Baron, and that's pretty hard, I think, for Frank to see Jinsu. Now, Driver was forced away, so isn't going to be able to do much. And Minji does hit the Lich Bane, so He is online. It feels like it's far too late, though, as Eminem's already got the lifesteal, and I think that LeBlanc has been irrelevant completely in this game. And I really don't expect her to hit the spikes in time. Maybe if a Rabadons could come through, it could be different, but that's so much gold to get, and I really don't think you're going to get it any time before this Elder Dragon. And that might be what Frank have to play for, because I don't think it's too easy to break the base. There is a lot of wave clear with the double shivs, so that Baron steal from Lalva does buy J-Team a second chance.
And I think notably with this Hextech Soul being taken, split pushing even becomes a lot harder because it adds wave clear for this Gragas, who already has a lot of wave clear. Means that Driver's job in that side lane has just become that much more difficult. Lalva mirroring him, and I like this. I feel like your main win condition at this stage of the game is this Jax. Lalva will find the flank, finds the stun, it's comboed up. Golden goes solo kill as Kaiwing flashes in, finds that depth charge. Body slam in does solo kill, and he is surviving. Somehow makes it out, but Kaiwing might not have the same as a 3-man Magnet Storm, but any engage is stopped by that steadfast presence, but somehow, out of nowhere, despite being against the Soul, it's J-Team who managed to take down 2 and leave solo kill and Kenny Chan limping away. And now with 25 seconds left of this Baron, are aiming to break open the base.
I wonder if they could have gone for more if Driver stayed. I'm not sure how low he was, but they maybe could have looked for something. I think the Xayah wave clear might have been too much, but that's a big throw from Frank. And losing the bot inhib, it's not the worst since Elder will be that next objective, but it's gold. And of course, the pressure given over to J-Team that they have no right to getting. And that all began with solo kill getting caught on the side. Not a mistake that Frank can afford. It feels like they're in a pretty unlosable position, but if there's a way, this is probably it.
This was a good find, I think. Forced out so much away from solo kill.
I think probably should have let solo kill die. I think Kaiwing overcommitted to this, unfortunately, and while he gets solo kill out, it's not a great spot for Frank to fight in. That engage from Enzo is so nice. And pay attention to Pretender as well. He looks at Bruce here, is flashed over the wall, and is just taken out. Yeah, Kaiwing knows he probably shouldn't have gone for that. Now, they can still push out through the bot side, so it's not going to be the end of the world, but it does make contesting that Baron a little harder.
That will be the first objective up. 30 seconds before the Elder too, so.
Oh my god. Pretender sold his Amp Tome. I love him.
It was a close call.
Okay.
Now I think Frank realizing that the only way they really lose is somehow is through Driver.
Yeah, but it's a 1-3-1 now.
Yep.
LeBlanc and Jax can both just push the side lane, and it's not super easy to deal with. There's a lot of wave clear though, so it's hard to actually make a lot happen. Well, 2 minutes on Elder, 1:30 on Baron. And I think J-Team, with that inhib, they do have some sort of chance here if they can make sure that Frank is constantly responding to that. I think straight up team fight still heavily leans in Frank's favor. But with that 1-3-1 comp, maybe they can pressure enough to force some unfavorable fight for Frank. What's Minji working on next? Is it a Zhonya's?
I don't know.
Could be a Cosmic, but whatever it is, I don't like it. Should probably be the Rabadons at this point. Maybe feels like he won't have time to get it though. Stopwatch comes through here for Eminem, and Eminem, he's been playing very well. And I think if it goes to a team fight, Eminem will easily clear it up. Pretender now has the death cap, so he's well and truly online.
Yeah, that's a very, very scary Azir. Noticeably got that Void Staff a lot earlier than Benji did in the prior game.
35 seconds on the Baron. Can it be started up by J-Team? I don't think so. Even though they have priority over the sides, I think that starting it up would allow Frank to take that team fight. And I'm not even sure if J-Team would win a fight 4v3. I feel like Eminem might be strong enough that unless Driver's in the fight, no one can really deal with him.
Oh, Minji is going down the bot side, so they could just trade off this Baron to try and look for some pressure around the Nexus.
Yeah, I think this is a really good idea. If Lava stays where he is, he has potential to steal. And maybe Pretender has to match. I think he's aware.
Pretender is matching. Driver going forward,
yeah, he's a
though.
bit far
I don't
up.
think they're going to know that the Minji's here, though. Does go golden. That's going to delay a lot of time, and Pretender does not have Crown available. Empress Divide does miss. Driver, though, is just taken out on that side lane. And with that, it should mean that not only the Baron, Driver's taken down, Baron will be taken down, and he is not going to be alive for this Elder.
Lalva.
Lalva might be able to look for a steal, though. Oh,
he
he's
gets Poppy
spotted.
ulted.
Poppy does ult him away. There will be no Poppy ult, though, ahead of this Elder. And I think arguably the more important one of the two objectives. Bruce is just going to get caught out here. Does have the ability to jump over the wall, so he does somehow escape.
Yeah.
I thought that Hextech Soul had confirmed his fate, but Pretender's down here.
I don't know if Bruce is out.
No, he's doing the Scuttle Crab. Does look like he might be, but Kaiwing's on the flank. He goes over the wall again, dodges out of the hook. Depth charge, though, goes golden. So much has been used onto the Zeri. Pretender also somehow losing the majority of his health. Now Driver's respawning in 6 seconds, and there is no Poppy ult to look for Lalva. Kaiwing going through one of those Hextech gates. Oh, this is very, very scary. Lalva going over the wall, but it's Eminem who picks that one up, and now I don't think you want this J team. You have to get out. They're looking for solo kill. They won't be able to find the kill there. But this wave down bottom, there is teleport available for Driver, so he could perhaps delay the game simply by going down there. Solo kill, though, has recalled, and he's going to be able to answer, and with Baron minions available to the side of Frank, doesn't look overly possible.
Yeah, solo kill. He doesn't have TP, though, so it is just a 4v5, but it's one that I think I favor Frank in. There's the, one auto. Chunks Minji out so hard. Can they hold the base? I don't think they can.
This is going to be very, very hard for them. They get the crown off. That could be important. Bruce is here. Does have ult available. And Kenny Chan is very low. He's taken out. That's one kill. Eminem, though, has gone crazy. And Driver's trying to answer, but the executes are too much. Minji's still alive, and they're very low health bars, but solo kill is full HP as Minji's looking to try and defend. Hextech Soul with the Elder, though, is too oppressive, and it looks like we may just see game number 2 here, picked up by the side of Frank Esports.
It is now Frank that lead this series 2-0, going the opposite way of how we expected, really. And I think that that game, other than the one hiccup in the bot lane, was very clean. Now, it's hard to say because that was a very big mistake. But I think it was good, really good signs, I think, for Frank going deeper into the playoffs if they can play at least most of the game out like that. And who would you be thinking for MVP for this game? Because I think, once again, Kaiwing had a phenomenal performance, but when it comes to the late game team fights, Eminem just on another level.
Eminem, I honestly was very skeptical about that last fight. It looked like I was like, oh, they're actually going to somehow lose this. But Eminem flashes forward, gets that blade caller, massive amounts of damage, and just executes Bruce, and from then on, it really was the win. And I think, honestly, I have to give it to Eminem again, I think. I think Kaiwing maybe had a little bit of the mistake that happened down bot side was really Kaiwing and Solo Kill kind of finding themselves caught out, and that almost led to J-Team having a chance back in the game, which was pretty scary considering the lead that Frank had found themselves out. But Eminem, again, consistent the entire game, never really faltered. Pretender, you could make the argument for too as well. I think he had a pretty good game for himself. Itemized pretty much perfectly. I don't really like the crown all that much, especially because I think the only way that you could really justify it is if you're just having Azir match the Jax. I think in that case it makes a lot of sense, but otherwise you may as well just have Liandry's, I feel. I'm so perplexed by why every Azir is just adamant about not having Liandry's.
I'm not sure either. I think it's just, maybe they see it as they do so much damage that as long as they don't die, they will always carry the fight. But even given that, I feel like the crown just gets popped so easily, especially because there are 2 shivs and a lot of range on the team, so it always just ends up going missing. I honestly feel like if you were worried about surviving, you might even be better off building Everfrost on Azir, which I don't think I've ever seen anyone do, but I really think it's better than the crown.
Yeah, I am just perplexed by why the crown is so high in value, because I think the argument, like in the team fights, yes, you probably just carry anyway, but there's so many times where Azir is just queuing forward and finds 2 auto attacks on someone, and then having the Liandry's on top of that means that perhaps a fight that they could have looked to take, they now have not enough health to take. But anyway, I mean, back to the game, of course, it was Frank, who pick it up. I mean, surprising so far, 2-0 in their favor, and I think neither of us really expected that to be a result. And I do think still the fact that J-Team almost were able to come back shows signs of life, and I don't think they're really out. I do expect that J-Team are going to take the next game. I'd be very hard-pressed to think they're going to get 3-0'd, but in saying that, Frank are kind of starting to look again like their spring selves.
For sure. I am actually getting a little worried about J-Team because I think that J-Team's strengths for a lot of the season was from their top side, their mid, jungle, and top. I think bot lane has always been, they've been there, but they've never really been the star performers of the team, right? And I think Driver on the blue side is having a hard time, right? He's picking the Jax and he's getting neutralized, and I think he's doing what he can, but it's just not very easy, right? So I might even like to see red side picked up from J-Team just to allow Driver to have a bit more of a chance to carry and have a favorable matchup. And Minji, I don't think it's related to the side, but honestly, he's not really been having good games. Even game number 1, where he was 7-0, I think he should have been able to carry that game and was unable to. And you have to worry because I think Minji would be one of your candidates for regular season MVP. And then coming into the playoffs now, just one game away from being eliminated. But not only that, being 0-6 in the playoffs, coming in as the second seed would be insane.
It'd be pretty horrendous, I think. And maybe ahead of next draft. I mean, I don't want to see LeBlanc ever again.
No.
That's one thing. But then, do you start to just ban away the Xayah? Because it looks like Eminem is a problem that they're not able to deal with. And it's causing so many problems bot. I mean, twice in a row now in both games, we've seen at least once where Bruce has somehow been caught up by that Blade Caller, levels 3 and 4. And then, I mean, this time he did survive because of some shenanigans with the Nautilus hook. But ultimately should have gone down if not for that. And if, at the first game, he did go down. It feels like, well, maybe we should just not allow Eminem to have the Xayah. Or maybe it's something, I mean, you picked LeBlanc first. It sucked. Maybe you could have just taken Xayah.
Yeah, that's true, but honestly, on top of all that, I don't think it's the Xayah pick. I think bot is just gapped. It feels like Eminem and Kaiwing are just a lot better than Bruce and Enzo, so maybe it's just whatever champ Eminem gets, he's going to go crazy on. But let's take a look at replays. And this was a fantastic, I'm saying fantastic. It was a good hook, but Bruce is just, he's there. I just don't think he should be up that far. And him going down after using both sums is a really, really big deal. I do hope we get a replay of the bot fight because I think that was the one where there was a reasonable chance that if Driver had stayed, that they might have been able to push to a win. I think J-Team, I'd have to see the health, but that they might have had a way to actually just kill the Nexus. Of course it was these fights just going all Frank, really. They got the objectives, got all the kills, and I think at this point there was something like 14-2 in terms of the score. Okay, this is the big one. So they find solo kill in the side. I think Kaiwing should let him die, but he feels the need to make the play, tries to get him out, and he does for the time being. Does a good job, but it really sets up Frank for failure fighting in this area. As you can see, you know, all the carries, bar Eminem, you know, locked up here, and not really anywhere to go. A Driver, he's half HP. Okay, he's stopwatch, so I guess he was very low and couldn't stay, but maybe he could have, because I think the only wave clear is Xayah, and she doesn't have ult, and I don't think she had cleanse either. I think there's a chance J-Team could have won that.
Yeah, I also thought so at the time as well, but I guess it's like another one of those things where you could have won, but you could also just lose the game on the spot there if you don't play it perfectly. And how often do we see those opportunities where a team just goes for it? They absolutely balls to the wall and try and take it out. The Nexus lives on 1 HP and you just lose. So I guess it's like, it's a pretty ballsy call to try and just go for it. And I suppose they thought maybe we can delay and use this inhib to find ourselves an objective. Maybe the Baron, maybe the following Dragon. Obviously, that was not to be, and it was really just Frank everywhere. I mean, except for that one team fight, everything came up Frank, and you're seeing that pretty well reflected, I think, in these damage totals.
I think especially the LeBlanc is worrying, right? Because even when the LeBlanc is maybe not finding impact, she almost always still tops damages, right? And some of it's fake, obviously just hitting people that have lifesteal, but not even being close to top damage in this game, I think is really worrying. And I hate the LeBlanc pick. I think that at this point, it's been nerfed so much, and it's hard to play around that if you are going to play LeBlanc, I'd rather just play the standard. And I don't think standard LeBlanc warrants this much priority, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, Eminem, I think, should be the overall pick for the MVP in this one so far. I mean, do you have any other opinions? Because it does feel like you could argue for Pretender, I think, is the other candidate for me.
Yeah, I was going to say Kaiwing could still be the other one, but it feels like that misplay around bot did cost him. Ultimately, though, it is Eminem that picks up the MVP, and I do just think that the the bot lane here from Frank are just playing so well.
Yeah.
Both of them, as a unit and individually, are just, they feel so much stronger than J teams, and it's becoming a big issue, especially if Minji and Driver can't find avenues to carry.
Yeah, it could be worth noting that it feels also like Kenny-chan is better at playing around them as well, and this will be that final fight, and I think I felt worried because it did look to me like it was actually going to be J team who somehow fended off this defense and managed to win, because look at Eminem. He gets hit by that. Bruce does have to flash away, but everyone is so low. Featherstorm comes out, but just how much damage immediately really solo carried that fight.
Yeah, Eminem, that was just a 1v9 in that fight. And I think while Pretende was putting in lots of DPS in other ones, that fight he was just all CC'd up and zoned out. And it's good to have Eminem there to make sure he gets it over the finish line.
Absolutely, and I think surprising to us, it is 2-0, but it's not to the team we would have thought. It's Frank currently who are 2-0 up against J-Team, our second seed entering the playoffs. Of course, we are not done. We're going to go to a little break, and once we come back, it's going to be J-Team who are trying to fight back for their reverse sweep.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的三杯鸡啊！现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗三杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一起拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，海酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
close the doors, let me in, let me taste the darkness in you. No one serves me like you. You ask me to slay you, to burn you, to haunt you, so you feel. So do you feel me now? I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so good for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you want. Make you feel. I'm so good for you. Left being bad for you. 'Cause I can't give everything you desire. I'm so bad for you. I'm so bad for you.
And we are back here getting ready for game number 3, of course. It is currently Frank Esports who are on match point 2-0 up against J-Team. And now, ahead of the next game, what are you thinking? Because we do see J-Team going onto the red side, which I think is a good look.
I think it's a good change too. I think that if J-Team are going to win, they're going to have to enable Driver somehow. He's been really struggling to carry his team on the blue side because he just picks the Jax and ends up getting neutralized by the Gragas. And I think, honestly, in spite of that, he's still been doing the most out of anyone on his team, but it just doesn't feel like enough. So on the red side, now that they've chosen it, I expect they give Driver a favorable matchup, either through that red side last pick or maybe just, if Solo Kill picks it early, they will counter it. And I'm sure that Frank on the other side are aware of that because that was one of J-Team's strengths all split long. Now, something I think is a bit harder to solve, though, is Minji. Because Minji, honestly, he hasn't played well, I don't think, really, in any playoffs game so far. And it is such a departure from his previous form. And he needs to find something to find impact on right now because otherwise they're going to find a swift defeat.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, if they do lose here, that will be their year over. There will be no more possibility of them reaching Worlds and no more going through the PCS playoffs. And that's weird because they were the second seed and they looked so good the entire split. But of course, yet to pick up a win here in the playoffs is very, very surprising as we do head into our draft. It is the same bans coming through here from Frank, and Kaiser LeBlanc will be banned by J-Team.
J-Team have been banning Kaiser all series long, and I think at least it makes a bit more sense to ban it away on the red side. So let's see if Frank end up changing their bans at all. They ban away the Poppy. So they can go for the first pick Jace if it gets left up. Poppy's a bit of a weird one. I wonder why they did that.
Well, Lalva's looked pretty good on the champ, and I guess it has looked very good all season, all series, shall I say. Of course, Kenny Chan finding a lot of early game impact, and I think it does have more early impact than the likes of the Maokai or the Sejuani. Just maybe around those team fights often where you start to sort of see that traded off, as well as skirmishes, especially for that Sejuani. But Jace noticeably left open, and the current hover, Pretender, looks very good on this champion. So I think you're feeling pretty happy if you are Frank.
Yeah, I think it should be the lock-in, and I think this makes things a little difficult for J-Team because if they go for the Maokai, there's not an AD mid to pair with it, and obviously if they don't, then Frank can just pick up the Jace Maokai. To me, it feels really weird that the Alistair is banned over the Jace. I understand where it's coming from. Kaiwing had a phenomenal performance, but I just feel like if we're forced to ban Alistair, something's going really wrong in the draft.
Yeah, I think noticeably, though, you can just pick the Maokai and go the tank build and then have Azir as pretty much your solo AP.
I guess maybe that's what they'll do. Maokai is picked up. It can, of course, just be Cedronectin answered by the side of Frank. And maybe the Xayah could even be picked up for Bruce and denied away from Eminem. And that could be the way they go.
I do think if you go for the Cedronectin here now, you are very, very heavy on the AD damage. And it can be a fairly good time for Lalva on the Maokai to just optimize his build into those armor.
I'd be a little surprised if they go for Cedronectin up against Xayah. I think there's other things that could be good. I wonder if Solo Kill plays the Rumble. Has he played it? I don't think he has yet.
I don't think so. Not yet, but it makes a whole lot of sense already for what we're seeing. He could also just opt back into the Gragas.
Yeah.
A blind Gragas. It's one of the better top lane blinds there are. It might just be answered by a carry. I mean, noticeably, obviously, yesterday it was, that we saw Rest picking the Gwen, and that looked very good into it.
Yeah, if he did go that, though, it would be on Minji to pick AD.
Yeah.
Well, they locked in the
Does he
Aphelios. Wouldn't expect so.
No.
Aphelios locked in, and Azir, it would be a natural response. It does do well up against Jace in the lane. In the mid-game, can struggle, just that Jace poke is hard to deal with. What else? I mean, the Talia works well as well. But it could just be Minji's Azir seen once again.
I mean, for the most part, it looked good in game number 1. Question marks around the runes. I mean, the builds even. But then it did... Obviously, you got caught out quite a lot, which you can't afford to do. Especially when you were that 7-0 threat on your team. Is locked in, of course, as we head towards the second phase of bans. And now I kind of expect Frank to try and take away top laners. Because... you just want to get rid of things that Driver can carry on, it feels, because this guy has been the most consistent member of his team, even while in neutral matchups, has done well. And it is J-Team who banned the Gragas, so that neutral pick will be taken away from the options.
I really like the Gragas ban because it's difficult. AP. Yeah, it's difficult to ban for jungle support here just because there's the rel flex that can always come through. So I think targeting top lane makes the most sense. And if you can get away blindable, especially AP tops, as you mentioned, that goes a pretty long way. I think a Rumble ban could be good.
Yeah. Obviously, Solo Kill does have that pocket pick Udyr that does build Demonic Embrace and goes AP. So maybe it's something we'll see again. He has top damaged on it previously, and it was against J-Team.
They ban Lilia. Okay, so they are expecting maybe Kenny Cham would look for that. I don't think it would be too big a deal. I don't think Lilia functions very well against Azir and Xayah. So maybe a bit of a missed opportunity. I would like if Solo Kill just goes for the Rumble, because I still think it's a pretty difficult champ to counter. Oftentimes you see the Jax picked into it, but it's more of a scaling counter pick. I don't think it's something that Driver is going to be able to use to put the game on his back nice and early, which I think is what J-Team need. Jax is banned too.
There is the option here, especially with that Jax ban, of the Renekton Nidalee coming through, and that seems more frank than the Rumble, at least currently.
I hate solo AP Nidalee.
Yeah, but it is something that Frank have done before. And that does seem like, honestly, with the Jax ban, it almost feels like the angle that they're opting for.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that does set up for Rumble too, though, because Jax is often the go-to pick into it. I mean, we'll see. Is this going to get locked in? It will.
It is.
That feels really random to me.
It is, I guess, technically a flex. It does feel random. Oh my.
I wouldn't mind that. I feel like matching mage supports is not too bad.
Doesn't feel very Kai Wing,
though, yeah.
Although it is no longer a mage support, it's a tank. Keep that in mind.
More.
I think so too. We'll be locked in here. We're going to see Kai Wing's Nautilus once again. Obviously looked very good on it last game. And now the final pick. This does mean Rel is going to be the jungler, of course.
Yeah, please go Rumble.
I don't think he will, man.
Trundle?
All right, we have a full AD team comp of this.
No, there's no way.
Somehow gets locked in. Oh my. That is a Solo Kill-esque champ.
No way he blinds it, though. He's gone Rumble.
He blinds it. He blinds it. It's hover. Oh, he's going Udyr.
Okay.
Okay, now we get to see what Driver...
Yeah.
Driver's faced up against this Udyr once before, so has an understanding of what, you know, Solo Kill's about when it comes to this champ. And I imagine there is a chance we see a pocket pick out of Driver.
Yeah, because it feels like the natural response is Gwen, but I don't think you can. There's so much AP on your team. And Aatrox, I think it's decent.
I don't think that would be too bad either.
Oh, I like that.
That's
though.
what I was going to say. I think the Gangplank does fine into the Udyr here. And Driver, he's a phenomenal Gangplank player.
Yeah.
And when it's all on the line, we get to see Driver with the counterpick top against Udyr with the Gangplank. And so, I mean, this whole draft has gone all over the place because we have a Heimerdinger, we have Udyr versus Gangplank in the top lane. Honestly, I don't know who's won draft.
I don't know
There's
either.
too many question marks when you have Udyr versus Gangplank.
Yeah. I think if Frank had picked Rumble, I would have given it to them, but I feel like this might be J-Team's best chance into this game because I think that Driver, obviously, he's been really good whenever he gets a top lane counterpick. Gangplank, of course, one of those. And I also think Enso, one of our better supports at playing the range champs. So if there's a guy to perform well in the Heimerdinger, it could be him. I do worry a lot for the Heimer in this game. I don't think it's an amazing game for it. Obviously, the more short range, the better. But I think there is a deceptive amount of long range that can come out from, the Aphelios, for example. It's not really a short range AD carry, and Jace, of course, has range. And also, stuff like the Nautilus, if you are caught out by it, you can find yourself in a lot of trouble. So I think execution really needs to be good here for J-Team. If they can repeat the performance they had for the majority of Game 1, then maybe. But it looks a lot easier, I think, for Frank to play this one out.
Absolutely. But of course, you look at team comps as one thing, and as you touched on, execution's another. If we see Minji 7-0 on the Azir again, you have to feel like he's learned, and he's not going to be having to go up against that Alistar. It's going to be a lot easier for him.
Timing has traumatized these guys.
And if ever, in the entire League of Legends scape, there were a Liandry's game, it would be this one. Because you are up against Udyr, Rel, Nautilus, and you have 3 AP.
Yeah. I hope so. We might see a Liandry's on Heimerdinger. Rylai's into Liandry or something.
That would make sense. We might see a Radiant Virtue.
Aftershock Maokai, by the way. Sometimes you see the tank Maokai still go phase rush, and I think I like that more. It feels like, I think it was Hana who found just so many disengages with that phase rush, just being able to get out of some really perilous situations. So I think I prefer that. But Aftershock is still fine.
Yeah, make some tankier, of course, during those fights. And maybe that's what he needs, because ultimately, he is the only tank on his team, so it might actually just be better to have that slight amount more survivability, because all you got to do is try and give time to this Azir, to this Gangplank, and the Xayah to ramp up in those team fights and find the damage you need. Now, Driver is going to help out here, or at least stop Udyr. And I like that, because if you remember last time that solo kill played the Udyr, he just walked in there and made the jungle miserable, really. I don't know what other word to use. It really was just miserable.
How are we feeling about the cleanse on Xayah this game?
I don't know. I don't know what to think about it. I guess, like, if Udyr gets onto you, you probably just die, so it might be nice. But it does feel like this probably should have been a ghost game.
Can't see the top lane health bars. Oh, there we can. They're back. But J-Team, they're getting priority in the bot side. Makes sense with the Heimer. He has a lot of lane pressure, but does need to be careful. Obviously, gank setup heavily favors the side of Frank. So far, though, J-Team are getting priority over mid and bot, and a lot of damage traded there onto Frank's bot lane. Minji, he drops a ward, so will be keeping himself safe, and it looks like Rel goes over the wall. Oh, look at the minimap. They know where Minji placed his ward. Is he going to walk all the way around?
Oh, he is.
Oh, does this dodge it? I think it does. Minji doesn't know.
He's backing off, though, and he does get himself away.
Do we think it spotted him, or do we think Pretender just gave it away?
I actually have no idea. It's too hard to tell. But anyway, Minji still not really respecting the fact that Kenny Chan's literally sitting in front of him and cops a stun, followed by an accelerated shock blast. Significant amount of damage done to him, of course.
Clever little path, though, especially knowing where that ward was placed. And this is a huge wave stacked up. Frank, they're going to take a lot of damage under this tower. Now, Aphelios, at least he has some inbuilt lifesteal with the Severum, so won't feel too bad about it. But a plate already going over. It's a nice pickup, especially if they do manage to secure the Herald later on.
Absolutely, and I mean, all things considered, things are okay. Even Azir losing his health isn't too bad. He's going to sustain up, and ultimately he's going to have to teleport early on in this lane phase anyway. Top side, it's the first time that I think I remember seeing solo kill level 4 on the Udyr and not having a single time proxied between the waves. Maybe Gangplank doing fine up into this matchup.
Both junglers around mid. Kenny Chan was going to look for this, but with Lava showing, he's going to sweep this out. Is he going to go over?
Oh, flash, but he misses.
He misses it.
Disaster. Does get the flash out of Azir though, so we'll be able to look for that again later on.
That was very close.
That was. Minji might have just gone down. I think he still lives.
Yeah.
But
would be forced to recall. Oh, hook. Oh, goes on the tower. Nice by Enzo.
yeah, Enzo doing well with that. And
Look
actually
at that.
turning it around. Kaiwing getting so low down here. And what a turn.
Especially now the flash burn is going to make it a lot safer for J Team to continue to push up this lane without fear of a gank. They also spot Kenny Chan here. All that priority afforded to them allows them to drop that ward really deep. And Driver, he's pretty low, but there's not a lot of mana for solo kill. I think he maybe has one more cast in him. There it goes. We'll see if Driver goes for the reset. I think it is the smart choice. But solo kill getting himself a nice lead up here. I think you would expect Gangplank to heavily outscale, though.
I honestly don't know.
You don't think so?
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I literally have no idea. How often do you see it? And solo kill builds Udyr not like anyone else. He does tend to go tanky, so you would imagine that Gangplank will eventually outscale, but only time will tell.
Enzo ganking mid from topside. Pretender, I don't think will be aware of this. Oh, gets creep blocked pretty heavily as well.
Ooh,
nice Q
nice
to dodge.
Yeah. Also proccing that phase rush. Means he does get out. Interesting though. Enzo looking for the roam there on the Heimerdinger. Certainly something you don't really expect. Not oftentimes does a Heimerdinger randomly appear out of your top lane mid-bush. Oh, sorry, mid lane top bush.
Kenny Chan dives forward, just establishing a bit of control. Pretender, he's got the Mercs in the tier. I'd like to pick up. It's going to make him a lot harder to take down. And Minji goes for the chapter, so everything looking good so far. Oh, Enzo, is he allowed to be there? I guess so. Always a bit worried when they walk up, but I guess as long as he has a tower to place in front of the hook, he shouldn't feel worried.
That isn't the easiest thing, though.
No, you have to be expecting it, I think, rather than just reacting. But I'm sure Heimer, if he has it in his pool, he's probably played versus Nautilus so many times that he'll be really aware of how the interaction works.
Yeah.
The barrel minigame by two Gangplank mains. I think it has been going the way of solo kill for the most part. That one does not, though.
Yeah, that one's a lot harder.
A bit of damage on the way out.
Sheen, of course, picked up by Driver first. Now, what do you go these days on the Gangplank? Because you can go the Essence, can go the Triforce, maybe even Divine Sunderer. Although I think they stopped the interaction of how that works with his Q, right?
I'm not sure. I think it has been the Triforce mostly when he's been playing it, hasn't it?
Yeah. I'm just wondering, up against all the health that this Udyr will stack.
Maybe we'll see something different. He's getting a lot of gold up there for himself.
Yeah, just printing it. He's down CS, but he's probably very even on gold.
Yeah. He's down in biscuits.
The most important stat.
Level 6 there, picked up. Oh, solo kill. He's dealing a lot of damage to Driver here.
Might have to flash. Oh, he knows his limits. He doesn't.
He has to base, though, and he doesn't have TP.
He has ult, though, so he'll be able to ult the wave if he really needs to.
At the same time, though, other side of the map, J-Team is starting up the Dragon, so if you can hold this GPR, just in case there's a fight, that would be good. It doesn't look like there'll be one, though, so you probably can ult that top wave and be pretty happy to clear it up. He does use it, so we'll be able to grab most of that gold for himself. In the meantime, though, with that cooldown used and the tempo invested on the bot side, Frank should be able to grab the Herald for themselves. In fact, bot lane might swap. Yeah, I think they're going to swap. So solo kill should go bot. But this is going to be quite a lot of gold picked up on the bot tower before solo kill can get here.
Yeah, this is an absurd amount of gold to have just given over.
Driver might get dived here, though.
Yeah, maybe. Just
He
came
doesn't
back
have
to
the
lane.
ults.
They should be aware, though, that this is happening. I think now you really shouldn't be getting dove. Driver should just play back. Maybe try and get some farm there with your barrels. But ultimately, I think you just stand back here and you should be fine. Herald likely to be used down here too.
Yep.
Once this plate goes down, should see Herald used. In fact, we do. Lava, though, is in the area. See if he uses his ult. This won't be the tower going down, but it will be down to its last plate.
It does manage to survive for now, but that's quite a lot of gold picked
Moonlight
up.
Vigil comes out. A lot of damage onto Lava. There's thousands of chakrams going off.
There is still no Dirk for Pretender, so he based without enough gold to grab that, which is pretty important because if there are any more skirmishes, he's not going to be super online. It is the Crown coming through for Minji, and I think that while I still prefer the Leandries, the Crown can sometimes be good against Jace. Obviously, Jace can proc it pretty early. Oh, finds Enzo.
Yeah. Enzo's going to be taken out. This is going to be first blood. Maybe even Bruce going down too. It's Kenny Chan who picks up that one. Bruce does flash away. Does not have Blade Caller by the looks of it. He does, but it doesn't find anyone. Kaiwing flashes forward. The kill does go over there to Eminem, but it's not going to be without loss. Unfortunately, Kenny Chan tanking out that tower for just too long will be taken out. It's a kill traded there for the 80 carries, but overall a 2-for-1.
Massive pickup for Eminem especially. He's going to be able to take the tower 2 here. Unless, maybe Lava can save it. Yeah, so Lava coming up will force him away from the tower, which is definitely good. Going to stop him from getting too far accelerated. But with the way Eminem has been playing, giving him any more gold, it's not a good look. Take another look at it. So there's just a lot of engage that can come out. And this is the problem with playing range supports, is that at all times you have to be positioning and spacing very well, because just one misplay will have you extremely hard punished. All sums lost here by the J team bot lane. And while Bruce did manage to trade back a kill, it's Eminem who... he's going to be super happy with all that gold he picked up. Now, coming back to the Crown, as I was saying, I think Leandries is better, but Crown does find some value just because even if you block one Jace QE, that can be the difference between contesting a fight or not, just because Azir doesn't have any sustain. And so I guess you're not using the Crown so much in the fights, but almost just to survive that poke a little.
Absolutely, as we still have these swapped out lanes. It is solo kill, getting himself a fairly sizable CS lead, and actually just taking no damage.
That's pretty annoying. There's a Dirk now for Pretenders, so I think that Frank should be winning fights at the moment. It's going to be a while for J-Team to come online. Once again, they need 2 items, and I think Frank will actually be ready to fight on 1 item. So there should be a pretty big window where Frank can play aggressive. J-Team did manage to secure that first dragon, so they have the time to scale if they want it. But do need to be careful. I don't want to see them taking too many fights too early.
It's going to be Frozen Gauntlet this game from Solo Kill.
Oh. Bit different. I don't think we've seen him build that yet.
No, this is a first. He has had irregular builds on the Udyr. But Driver getting very low, does have that barrel. Is going to flash away, but the Ghost is there to answer. Solo Kill, though, does not have the damage to be able to follow. It's the shade of those summoners, but Ghost significantly shorter cooldown than that flash. So Driver now definitely has to be careful in the side lane.
He might just have to ult the wave again. And
I think so.
That feels pretty bad. Or maybe he's just going to let it die, because I think such a big strength of Gangplank is just being able to affect fights on the other side of the map without having to TP to them. It is a Storm Razor picked up by Eminem, by the way.
Oh, that's not what we usually see. It's usually Kraken or sometimes the Gale Force. Storm Razor. We'll be able to use it against Xayah fairly regularly. Give himself some movement speed as well as slow up whoever it is he auto attacks. But definitely a less than common build.
Yeah. I guess just relying on that Fleet and Storm Razor movement speed to get him out of any trouble in team fights. Enzo's working on his Rylai's, but I almost feel like if you die even once as Heimer before getting it, you're so slow on it. It's going to be a really long time before he gets it. A little bit of damage comes on to Bruce, but he's pretty undivable as long as he holds his ult. J-Team, they're around.
Yeah, that's the hook down from Kaiwing. Heimerdinger not doing any damage really. It's going to be all these ultimates used as Bruce is staying fairly untouched. Does have a nice Blade Caller, but honestly just not the damage within him to be able to take out anyone. It's Eminem with so many Chakrams stacked up, picking up his kill. And now they might even look for more. Although they can just turn their attention, and likely will, to this dragon. And look how many chakras this guy has.
Look how quickly they're doing it, man.
Oh my.
That's insanity. Wow. I wouldn't want to fight that guy.
This guy knows his Aphelios.
Now they pick up the drag, and they continue to accelerate their lead. I think it is tough for J-Team, because while you do have that time to scale, it's not like Frank scaled badly, especially with Eminem picking up all that gold. So it's going to be a while, I think, before that becomes a realistic win condition. And Hook going wide there feels like J-Team see that as an opportunity to take this fight, but I actually think just the strength and 80 carries right now is too different, because even with the Gangplank ult committed, Eminem is just outputting so much more damage than Bruce, and once that hook comes through from Kaiwing, he's not long for this world. He's been having a tough series here. And Eminem, he's been having a blinder.
He has. Been making himself look very, very good. Very reminiscent of the spring split, all things considered. And I think this is a much better matching now, having your Azir into the Udyr. Although it would feel a lot better if you had the Liandry's. Is just going to be able to play at the range and feel nicer about himself. Going to pick up that tower. It was answered, of course, though. Pretender picking himself up that top tower in response. And now Driver heading there to try and stop any further pushes from happening. But Lalva and Minji are still staying around the bottom side. Looks like they're now going to back off, realizing there is nothing more that will come of it.
Solo kill on the weak side is able to push Lalva out here. Very, very annoying. And I think having this pocket pick Udyr is so nice, because people don't know what to pick into it. No, it's not like one of those other meta champs that people have kind of scienced out. They know the best matchups into it. Gangplank might be good, but is it the best? Honestly, I don't even think Driver knows. It's just not a champ that he would have come up against super often. And when you're a team like J-Team that is somewhat reliant on Driver being the one to get them over the finish line, just having those safe top lane blinds makes things so difficult. Herald will crash, but that tower will survive for now. Nice poke comes through from Pretender. Hasn't even hit the big spikes yet, so it's only going to get worse. There is now a Rylai's for Enso, but I still think they probably don't want to take any fights. And I think if Heimer doesn't find any value soon, he is quickly going to be... He, in theory, outscales the Nautilus, but I think the scaling becomes very difficult. TP behind Driver here.
Yeah, is going to be...
Oh,
okay, he should be
gone.
aware. I think that, yeah, he should be dead. He has Flash. He's going to get stunned up, and no one can really come to answer. He's just dead. Pretender picking himself up that one, and proactive play out of Frank, once again securing themselves more gold. And with it all on the line here, they're looking to take this game out in 3. Moonlight Vigil comes out, lands onto Enso, but puts down his ult and stops any more follow through. Skywing is still going forward, but Heimer your ult, doing a lot.
Does manage to cancel the base, though. It's a nice pickup, and as I was saying, I feel like the Heimer, you know, it's much easier to play from ahead. Very difficult, I think, to play from behind. At least to find the same sort of consistent impact that a Nautilus would. And while you do outscale the Nautilus, clearly in terms of damage, I think lacking an engage option from your team, other than the Maokai, and I guess the Azir, makes things a lot more difficult. I suppose you can throw your grenade, but again, it's not the same engage. Especially you think back to that one fight that J-Team won in game number 1. It was off the back of an incredible rel engage from Enso, and they're not going to have that this time.
Absolutely. Now, Eminem recalling, so they may be able to find chip damage on the tower, but solo killing Kenny Chan being here means it probably is not likely to happen. You really need to try and find gold somewhere, because these carries are just so weak at this stage that even more so than the Frank side carries, you need 2 items. Azir needs his Nashes. You're going to need your second item on Driver, whichever he chooses to pick up. He actually got Boots of Swiftness, which is going to negate a little bit of the slow that's coming through from Udyr. And I think that's an adaptation. It's not something you typically expect to see a Gangplank pick up.
Do feel like it's good. Next dragon spawning, and I think J-Team should give this one up. Ideally, you commit more members to topside and just try and get Driver a bit more gold. But yeah, I mean, you can see there in the player gold, even Kenny Chan is pretty high up the list, which you don't often expect from these tank junglers.
No, you definitely don't. Doing really well for himself. But of course, it is just Solo Kill, Pretender, and Eminem that are sitting pretty comfortably on their perch there at the top of the gold graph. And Minji not too far behind them, but the fact that it's 3 people ahead of him and then him means that he's really got his work cut out for him if he's going to want to provide any impact, especially considering he does have this crown.
2 items were just picked up for Pretender, so he's really strong. And J-Team, I don't think they want this fight. They have good setup, but they have no item.
This is a 2-item Udyr as well that's running out of base, has his Sunfire Cape, and there is a Hextech Gate that he can possibly look to go through. Driver teleports here. Hextech Gate is going to be used, and maybe they just need to turn their attention onto this Udyr. Bruce is going to be focused down. Ghost popped, and there's so much damage coming out. Minji's down to 1 HP as he's going to get knocked up there by that Nautilus ult, and Pretender picking that one up for himself. It's looking like this might be a clean ace. More going down, Enso going down. Everybody going down as Pretender and Solo Kill doing 3,000 damage apiece, picking up their second dragon and the clean ace.
J-Team slaughtered in this fight, and you've got to wonder, what are you thinking when contesting this? You need 2 items on all 3 of your carries, your Xayah, your Azir, and your Gangplank, and you don't need to contest this. You already have a dragon. The dragon win condition for Frank is so long away, but they opt into a fight that I feel like there's just no chance they can ever win this, especially not with Solo Kill finding that flank with a Hextech Gate, and a nice engage from Kenny Chan locks up so many members, sets them up for just the huge amounts of AoE that can come in for Frank. And it just never felt close.
No.
Really weird from J-Team.
Well, I didn't even realize that. Quadra kill.
Yeah. Feels good for Pretender. He's going to have so much gold now. He'd only just picked up 2 items, and I think now will be well on the way to his 3rd. And I think giving over that much gold, now it makes it really tough for J-Team. I think you can give an argument that they would outscale in the ultra late game, but they're nowhere near that, and I don't think this game will ever get anywhere near that, because now, down 8,000 gold, Frank, they have so many items. They should just be able to take absolutely everything. Pings onto the Baron. They do have a pink in the pit and a lot of DPS to back it up.
Velvet trying to get there. Needs to get a sapling into that Baron pit to see really what's going on. Should
Can
be
he
known.
make another steal?
Oh, there's a teleport behind. Uh-oh, Solo Kill's found himself a flank.
No Featherstorm.
Yeah, there is nothing out. This is just the sheep getting herded, as it's going to be another 3 kills here. Going over to Frank, his driver trying to pick up the scraps, but there's nothing left to do here. It's going to be all 3 members found, of course, and now Frank will be able to turn towards this Baron and should just be able to pick it up.
You don't see any way the J-Team can contest this. Feels like they were getting desperate, and it makes sense. I think if you give over that Baron, the game is all but over. Unfortunately, though, the fight doesn't go their way, and they aren't able to trade any gold back on the other side of the map.
Is Udyr just the most broken champion in the game?
He might be. I suspect he's done more damage than Gangplank.
Oh, he's definitely done more damage than Gangplank. I don't even think it's close.
He finds Bruce here with no ults. And I mean, yeah, look at all that AoE that comes out.
Driver's dead. Picture in picture.
Yeah, he's a goner. Just 1 fight across the board here for Frank. Currently sitting at 13-1. And now a 10,000 gold lead at only 22 minutes. And remember, this was J-Team, our 2nd seed. They were looking so dominant, all split long, and to come into playoffs and end it whilst looking like 0-6, what an absolute fall from grace.
Absolutely, and I mean, it feels like the result of this game is a bit of a foregone conclusion. You do hope maybe there's a big team fight if they find all the right things, that perhaps there's a way back. I mean, there's been weirder things happen in the PCS, but it does feel like this is looking very, very bleak. As Solo Kill you see on your screen, just straight up taking towers.
And Bruce is taking damage from 1 QE, and he's sent home at half HP.
Yeah.
Pretender is unstoppable, and especially with the Heimer, they don't have the engage to go onto this poke comp. So it should just be Frank who can continue the siege.
Driver's doing his best to wave clear. He really is the only wave clear available, because Xayah had to obviously recall after almost getting hit again there. Solo Kill is just proxying here now.
He's
in
level
the base.
16.
Yeah, level 16. Driver's level 13. The next highest on the team as Minji at 14. And the gauge comes through. That Magnet Storm will lock up the backline of J-Team, but they aren't going to go down. In fact, Kenny Chan as Minji flashes forward, misses Eminem because of the response flash, and it's going to be a 1-for-1, but low health bars on Solo. What is that shield?
That is pretty ridiculous.
Okay, Udyr is officially the most broken champion in League of Legends. He's looking to take now the second inhib. It's only 23 minutes in, remember, and we're facing down a 13k gold lead for Frank. Our 6th, or was it 8th seed, I think, overall, coming into playoffs, looking exceedingly dominant over what was our 2nd seed.
Yeah, what a crazy turnaround, right? They even lost that tiebreaker to CFO and were not looking good at the end of the split. And to come in and have this performance is insane. And now a Hextech Soul will be coming through eventually. I don't think the game will go that long, but it really does just add insult to injury for J-Team. Feels impossible to claw your way back into this one. Perhaps their one window can be why Eminem doesn't have flash, but he does have a stopwatch. And again, you don't really have the engage. Feels like the Heimerdinger pick has been completely invisible.
That is gross.
He's a full level ahead almost.
Two.
Of Pretender, I was going to say, of the closest member. And yeah, 2 levels over Driver.
Yeah, disaster really.
Enso's level 9. He's down 7 levels to solo kill.
Who is now making his way into the base, but he's looking for a flank. He's just going to walk through this tower, and J-Team have to respect it because they can't kill him, and neither can the tower. And so now this top lane really is the only lane left to be fouled as minion wave approaching. Should be light work, really, at least the inner. I think if you're J-Team, you almost have to try and fight around this last inhib because I think that would spell pretty much the end of this game. 2 items have come through, which is important, but it does feel a bit too late. Lalva's found himself a flank though, and again, Eminem does not have access to his flash. Doesn't choose to act on it though, as Minji gets hit by everything. Is he going to get taken down? Doesn't actually find the auto attack, but Bruce and Enso are absolutely being taken down. They try and find Eminem. He goes golden, and all that's left is Driver and Lalva is not on the correct side of the map. Minji does manage to get back to base, and they're trying to defend, but solo kill taking no damage. The cannon barrage not really finding anything they need, and Kenny Chan taking the tower will still survive. Pretender flashing forward, looking for Driver. The oranges keeps him alive, but this will be the game. As long as Frank decide to auto-attack the Nexus, which at the moment they're not, they are going to start to work on it now as Enso's respawn does come through. But it's going to be a 3-0 for Frank up against J-Team, and J-Team now are eliminated.
J-Team, I bet they feel crushed right now. Such a sad way to end their season. But they had a good run throughout the regular season, and hopefully we'll see those names back again in the PCS next split, because I think they had a lot of potential. Unfortunately, we're unable to reach it here. But Frank, I mean, how good do you feel about that victory?
Yeah, that very, very good. And I think a well-deserved victory, it has to be said, because they looked clean. Every single game, other than maybe the start of game 1, they did it cleanly. And I mean, there were very slight hiccups. But again, I think ultimately now, after this game, I want to say that I favor them over CFO as well tomorrow, because I think the games they put on today against a tougher opponent, by the way, I think still I would favor J-Team over DCG, but the tougher opponent, it was very, very clean, and it looks like their pocket pick of Udyr, if Driver doesn't have an answer for it, I have to feel like Rest might not. Now, Rest is also a very unique man in his builds. He does play the Udyr. Yeah. Does he play it the same? And you see it on your screen, Driver, not a happy man. I think he'll be upset with that last game in particular. Picked up, had his choice of counterpick, didn't work. But yeah, Frank, I mean, they go up against CFO next week, and I favor them, I think.
I think you would, based off this performance. Again, it's hard to say because CFO did take out Frank pretty easily in that tiebreaker, but I can't quite remember what Frank played, but I feel like it wasn't to their strengths, right? At the same time, I feel like they didn't really play what we were thinking would be Frank's bread and butter of stuff like Annie Viego, very beyond style in the mid jungle, and they still made it look very, very good. So it's absolutely the right time to be coming online here, and it'll be so important for them if they want to make that deep playoffs run. And I think for this game, MVP should obviously go to Solo Kill for being that far ahead. It was just an incredible OD performance. Blind pick as well. Very, very impressive. MVP of the series, I think, probably goes to Eminem. Behind him, I'd say Kaiwing and Solo Kill. Oh, I mean, you could really say that the whole side of Frank did play pretty well, but I think the bot lane especially stands above the rest.
I'm inclined to agree. I think Eminem and Kaiwing had a very solid series for themselves. Solo Kill as well. I mean, all you really have to do against J-Team, if you're a top laner, is not lose to Driver. And he did exactly that, which feels very good. In fact, especially in game number 3, destroyed Driver in very many ways. And Pretender too. I mean, we sort of said that they look best when he's on that Annie, on that Nico, something like that. But here, what did he pull out? He pulled out a Talia, a Azir, and then in the final game, a Jace.
Yeah.
And admittedly, Jace is something that we always agree that he's fine at. It's just often banned. But he looked very, very good on all of those champs. And I think the meta, how it's sort of shaping out now and how it's developing, it does feel like Frank are finally getting sort of the same looks as they had back in spring when they were so successful. Because I think a lot of those mid lane champs are returning. The control mages that aren't as vulnerable as the likes of the Victor and whatnot. The Talia is something Pretender likes. He likes the Cassiopeia, which obviously isn't really being played yet. But Syndra as well, something he enjoys. So I think for the playoffs and looking forward, Frank should feel pretty confident, I think.
For sure, and that could be a really interesting dynamic because we were kind of thinking there would be PSG, Beyond, and J-Team fighting for those two world spots, and it was Frank who ended second at last split, falling down 0-3 to PSG in their final, but they do have potential to make a deep run, and depending on which wave, you know, PSG, Beyond goes, and obviously, you know, Frank do have to take on CFO before them, but if they manage to take them down, I don't know, if we're just hyping Frank too much, it could just be that J-Team have really fallen apart. But there is potential for them to make a really deep run, I think.
Yep, absolutely. And I think one thing that could be exciting is we may even get to see Eminem versus Betty, which I think is exciting for the main reason that Eminem seems to be one of the best Zayas, if not the best Zaya in the region. And Betty, you could say similar. And I think maybe that just means the Kai'Sa Zaya bot lane meta that we've found ourselves in could be very hotly contested if that ends up being a series. Of course, we don't know if that will end up being a series. They still got to get through CFO, and Beyond would have to lose to PSG for that to happen.
Yeah.
So a lot of things still to come before that. But I think it's just something to look forward to here in the PCS because so far, every series really has just been very much a stomp. And I think now that we're heading into the later part, I should say, and these teams are proving themselves worthy, that is where it really becomes successful. Because right now, we have 1st seed, 3rd seed, 7th seed, 8th seed that are still alive. Everyone in between has been eliminated. And I mean, that's just so weird to think, right? The 8th seed just eliminated 2nd seed.
Yeah, that is a wild timeline. And obviously that is a bit different because those LCO teams taking the 5th and 6th seed.
Yeah.
But still, it is insane to think about. And I guess if you think about how the teams were last split, it's not surprising at all, right? Like if you had told me that your top 4 now would be, you know, CFO, Frank, I guess a revitalized Beyond and PSG, I wouldn't bat an eye at that whatsoever. But given the way that they got here and how their regular seasons went, it is pretty surprising.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, the start of the split, it really was like CFO, very dominant, Frank kind of sucked. And then we got to the end of the split and CFO kind of sucked and Frank started to turn it on. And now they honestly look like they've both found their groove in many ways. I'd say CFO a little bit more shaky than Frank have looked in these playoffs. And notably, as you said, the tiebreaker did go the way of CFO. So, I mean, the series next week are going to be so high because we get to start the week with PSG Beyond.
I know.
And then it's Frank versus CFO, which has to be this year's most played matchup because they've had 2 tiebreakers.
Oh, yeah.
They had a tiebreaker in spring. They faced each other last playoffs, which went for 5 games. And I mean, now we're going to get to see it again. I'm just so excited.
For sure. And this play here, I think this was when Eminem, I think he ended up picking up some kills here. Yeah, so Enzo, he walks up and overextends. His jungler is left, and I feel like range supports, they're very, very hard to pull off. You know, you kind of need a lead. You need to make sure you're playing super well every game and not overextending, not spacing too far up. And the hook lands from Kaiwing, and that's basically all that needs to turn this game around. And how many engages and picks did Kaiwing find this series? He was just non-stop.
Yeah, he was on point.
Had J-Team's number. Very impressive. And he traded back a kill, but I think the damage had already been done.
Yeah, very much so.
Oh, this fight. Don't even get me started on this fight.
The most broken champion in the game.
Yeah, I feel like Driver could just take the top tower. This is only second drag for Frank. Who cares? You can just get 2 items on all your carries. I don't know why J-Team think they can win a fight. Because I feel like this fight, obviously Solo Kill found the good flank, but I don't think that's something that you can really stop. You know?
Just
exactly. There's nothing. No one can peel him off. So this is always going to happen. And yeah, I mean, Frank just run them over.
Oh, he didn't do most damage. I'm kind of surprised.
It feels like, well, obviously
the
Pretender
quadra kill
Jace,
kind of.
Yeah,
You know.
he had a lot of extra damage, and I think Eminem as well. I mean, you saw how many chakrams he had there. He was just annihilating them.
Yeah, pumping them, to be frank.
Yep.
Yeah, I know, good series all around. I think Kenny Chan's early games and his pathing, I have to say, seems to be what led them to a lot of their advantages, because game number 1, he got the kill, I believe it was, onto Bruce. Game number 2 got the flash away from Bruce. And then game number 3, I mean, it was a little bit of a quiet one, but he is Rel, so you don't really expect much. And it was just, you had 3 winning lanes. Well, I guess 2. Bot lane shouldn't be winning, but 2 winning lanes. And it felt like the solo kill show. I know Pretender picked up the most damage and the most kills, but this Udyr could have probably had only the Rel alive with him and still most likely wins the fight.
Yeah, I think as well, blinding top and being 3 levels up is incredible, especially because, you know, in the other games where it's solo kill blinding, he's managing to stay even all game long, but of course, no surprise whatsoever. It is solo kill that picks up that MVP, and the champion pool, I feel like, really being shown here.
Yep, absolutely. You heard him last playoffs, if you remember. He's like, all right, I don't want to play tanks anymore. But now he's just playing tanks and making them the carries anyway. And
look at him now.
Yeah. Watch him as he runs in here, full armor, and just annihilates the entire side.
Yeah, no Feather Storm on the Xayah. He's unkillable and dealing so much damage.
Look at his constant ticks of 66.
Yep, no one can deal with him. That's a disgusting champ. It really is.
That's the most broken champion in League of Legends, I'm telling you. What can you even pick? All right. Theorycraft with me here.
Yep.
Because Rest, he's a bit of a magician too when it comes into these, you know, the Heartsteel Kennen strikes me, the Jux Show Rumble that we saw yesterday. So we're going to get to see those guys next week. It's going to be Rest versus Solo Kill in the top lane. What do you think Rest is going to have as an answer? Because I'm sure the Udyr is going to come out at some point.
Yeah, I think the Gwen is probably the best pick, but I think the problem was they couldn't go at that game, right? Because there's a lot of AP. So maybe they just try and make sure that if they can't pick an AP top, that they ban the Udyr in the second phase.
Yep, makes a whole lot of sense. But, of course, the series is now done. Frank taking it 3-0, and a much surprised sort of result there for the series. But we will go to a little break now. Once we are back, we will have an MVP interview.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的3杯鸡？啊，现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗3杯鸡风味干面？来，跟我回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，吼吼。
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，台酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Hi everyone, Joey here, and joining me is M&M from FAK. Please say hello to everyone watching. Hello， 大家好，我是 Joey， 今天也荣幸邀请到 FAK 的 AD M&M。M&M 跟大家打个招呼。
大家好，我是 FAK 的 AD M&M。
First off, congrats on the big win today. 2 days ago, when I interviewed Kaiwin, he was a bit worried because FAK's condition wasn't the best. How did you guys manage to adjust in such a short amount of time and manage to sweep J Team? 首先恭喜 FAK 今天获胜。前2天我访问 Kaiwin 的时候，他其实对今天的比赛有点小担心，毕竟你们状况没有很好。你们是如何在这么短的时间内把状况调整好，让 J Team 早点放假？
我们这几天打的战术就是一个，就是等对面送，然后我们就是把这一点做好，然后我们就突然好像今天就很顺，对。
So our only strat for this week was to wait for the opponent to make a mistake, and for some reason, somehow that works very well for today's match. So next question. You guys were 5k behind by 20 minutes in game 1, but managed to come back with 2 very good Baron calls. Who made the call, and did you guys expect to win in this fashion? 你们在第一把的时候，就是20分钟经济差已经落后5000块，但是靠这2波巴龙 call 把经济差打回来。请问你们这2波是谁 call 的？还有你们有想过今天会这么虐吗？
我记得那时候我们在推中路，然后好像是辅助还是打野 call 的那个 call 是，然后我们就是一开始预计就是第一把谁赢，就是谁3-0啊，我们就大概这样想。
So for game 1, what happened was it was either the support or jungle call. So what happened was in game, just for no reason they just called let's try Baron, and we did it, and that's how we came back in the game. And for us, this best of 5, we just expected whoever wins the game 1 should be able to just 3-0 the other team and just win this series. And next question we have, next week you'll play against CFO, and their bot lane is also very strong. How confident are you going up against them? 下礼拜你们对上 CFO， 那 CFO 下路也是非常有实力的。你们有几成自信能影响他们？
我觉得现在就是状况好的话，应该4-5-5开了，因为他们下路也蛮厉害的。然后我们玩的就是大家的英雄池也差不多，就是玩的英雄也差不多。我觉得就是看当天的状况吧。对。
So against CFO, if our condition is good, I believe it's going to be 50-50. Everyone stands an equal amount of chance, because I think the meta and our champion pool is very similar, so it depends on the draft on that day too. So do you have any words for your fans out there supporting? 最后就是你有什么想对粉丝们说的吗？
就谢谢大家一路的支持吧，希望我们可以进决赛。对。
So thanks all the fans for supporting, and we hope that we can go to the finals, grand finals for PCS. That's all for today's interview. Thank you, M&M, for joining us, and I'll pass it back to the caster desk. 感谢今天收看我们赛后访问，我们把时间交回给主播台。
Thank you very much, Howie, and interesting insight. Things are 50-50 between them, and he said pretty similar champ pools, and I tend to agree. I think, especially in that top lane, because I think both of them are the most, unknown top lane. Especially they pick the champ, but they never build it how everyone else does. So, yeah, I mean, I'm very excited to see how that series pans out, and I think very well played by Frank today. And I think going ahead, you have to favor them up against CFO.
I would think so. It was interesting as well how he said that he felt like in today's series, whoever won game 1 would just sweep the others. I wonder why that is. Just they feel like the momentum's too strong, or
yeah, maybe it could have something to do with the sides, even maybe
possibly.
Who knows? I mean, ultimately, it was obviously the case. I think. And if that was the case, and J Team had have actually just won it like they should have, maybe we would have seen a 3-0 in the other direction. But it was Frank who ended up taking it out, as you see there on your screens. It was a 3-0, 2 wins there on the red side, and then the final one on the blue side, showing that they can win on either side. And I think at this stage, red side's win rate in playoffs has to be absurdly high compared to that of blue side.
For sure, just every time that losing team picking the blue, but let's take a look at next week's matchups. We've got some pretty big ones. Match number 9 on the Friday will be PSG taking on Beyond. And look, you do not want to miss that one. Following on from that, CFO versus Frank. I think that should be a really high matchup. And then match 11, our last one before the finals. It's either going to be Beyond or PSG taking on what you're maybe expecting to be Frank at this point, but either way, it feels like next week has some really good matches for us.
Yeah, I think it's very impossible to actually predict the outcome of CFO versus Frank because CFO have looked a lot better than they did.
That's true.
And honestly, Frank are now looking a lot better than they were. So it is very, very difficult, really, to tell what the result of that best of 3 will be. And best of 5, sorry. You'll just have to be there to watch it. But yeah, we get to start off the week with Beyond versus PSG. I'm so excited for that one because they're also 1-1 in the head-to-head, and it feels like Betty may be better than Wako. I honestly feel like it's hard to say that, like just straight up. But honestly, you don't really know, and it just really does come down to, on the day, who will be playing better. But of course, that is a story that will be for next week. We have now, of course, seen J-Team eliminated from playoff contention, as well as their possibilities for going to Worlds has gone to the wayside. But this will do us for tonight. Coming up next week, of course, it is going to be PSG versus Beyond, followed by CFO versus Frank. You're not going to want to miss any of those, but have a good week.
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
这不就是我们以前常吃的3杯鸡？现在好想吃哦。
笑脸嘞，要不要来碗3杯鸡风味干面？来，跟回味一拜。
就是这味道。
这碗浓郁咸香的酱，搭着葱花，再加上 Q 弹弹的面条，再淋上招牌米酒，
这真是记忆中的美味啊！重现记忆中的街边美味，台酒面摊系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受！
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。